honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU Trustee Emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU Trustee Emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU Trustee Emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU Trustee Emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU Trustee Emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU Trustee Emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU Trustee Emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU Trustee Emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU Trustee Emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members.
Yes.
It is now 8:30. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Before we begin today's agenda, I'd like to start our meeting with our third and final university video for this meeting, spotlighting the impact of graduate and undergraduate research, a topic you will hear more about this morning during the Committee on Educational Policy. We're going to hear from the Roadrunners at CSU Bakersfield. Would you please roll the video?
The Kern River is the lifeblood of Kern County, a precious resource that has been strained to meet the needs of farms and orchards that feed the nation, a growing urban landscape, and the fish, birds, and other animals that rely on it for habitat. California State University Bakersfield professor Ray McNish and her students faced the impact of that strain this fall when flows in the river were cut off, diverted for riverbed work and agriculture.
Surveying and documenting the fish die-off was important because with the dewatering of the river, this resulted in a massive change in the ecological integrity of that river.
Watching all the life that I saw growing over the past couple months that I was doing the observations and the studies, just watching the freshwater bivalves that I was monitoring, the local flora and fauna, the birds just disappearing, watching the fish like gasping for air really is heartbreaking.
They rushed to gather critical data as thousands of fish and other species gasped and died in disappearing pools of water, making discoveries that shocked their community.
A lot of my students have actually been very shocked and surprised, and so trying to get experience dealing with their, emotions related to what's happening in the river while also trying to, be scientists at the same time is something unique.
You see how much biodiversity is getting lost with the water going down.
Students, grad and undergraduate students, having access to real ongoing research is really pivotal for their development. Students have to be part of research. I have a lot to learn from them as well as what they have to learn from me.
I've loved biology since I was a small child, and I really didn't have the opportunity to go to school when I was younger. That's why I joined the military. And I ended up coming to CSUB because I heard there was a huge influx of students that are doing a whole bunch of work with kit foxes, river work, as you can see, and I enjoy building upon the food web and visualizing and seeing just how it incorporates and works with us as human beings and how we can better ourselves as human beings.
Now that we have data before the river was dewatered, we're collecting data while the river is dewatered, and eventually water will come back to the river as well. This provides unique data set that is needed for the Kern River, and these data can be used by the people managing the river to make decisions regarding water availability to support the ecological integrity of the river, while also meeting the needs of the city and the surrounding area to support societal demands.
That was just excellent. Thank you, Dr. McNish and her student researchers and the entire team at CSU Bakersfield. Your inspired and important work in water management is just one powerful example of the university's interconnectedness and impact to the community, region, and state that it serves. Thank you again, and well done. We will now proceed with this morning's agenda. Vice Chair Arambula, will you please convene the Committee on Educational Policy?
Of course. Thank you, Chair Clark. Today we have 4 items that are in our packet. We have 3 information items we're going to discuss. We're going to come back to athletics in a future meeting. First, we're going to hear from Dr. Boyd, Chair of the Academic Senate, who will present a proposed amendment to the ASCSU's Constitution. Next, we'll receive an update on the CSU's Year of Engagement and discuss the progress we have made in the development of a student success framework for the CSU. Then we'll hear an update on the impact of the research that is flourishing across the CSU. Now, will the Committee on Educational Policy please come to order? It is time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda, which includes the approval of the minutes from the November 2024 board meeting, as well as a progress report on strategic enrollment planning. Is there any objection to the approval of the consent agenda? Hearing none, these items are approved. There are three items on today's discussion agenda. Item number 3 is an information item regarding an amendment to the Constitution of the CSU's Academic Senate. This item will be presented by Dr. Nathan Evans, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, Dr. Betsy Boyd, Chair of the Academic Senate of the California State University, and Dr. Adam Swenson, Vice Chair of the Academic Senate of the California State University. I got through all of that in one breath. That was amazing. Dr. Evans, take it away.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula. The Academic Senate of the California State University, the ASCSU, consists of faculty members elected by their colleagues at the 23 individual universities that comprise the CSU system. Founded in 1963, the Academic Senate advances the principles of academic freedom and freedom of inquiry to promote academic excellence in the CSU, recommends policies to the Board of Trustees and Chancellor on system-wide academic, professional, and academic personnel matters, and serves as the official voice of the faculties of the CSU in matters of system-wide concern. While changes to the ASCSU's constitution are infrequent, the last occurring in 2013, the standing orders of the Board of Trustees calls for such changes to only become effective when approved by the Board of Trustees. Today, Dr. Elizabeth Betsy Boyd, the current ASCSU chair, will speak to us about a proposed amendment to the ASCSU Constitution that would add 3 designated lecturer faculty positions to the ASCSU. Dr. Boyd?
Thank you, DVC Evans, and good morning, Chair Clark and Chancellor Garcia, members of the board. Chair Arambula, this information item is an amendment to the ASCSU Constitution, which comes as part of ASCSU's continuing efforts to improve its inclusiveness and ability to meet its board-given mission of representing all faculty to the Chancellor and the Board of Trustees. Last spring, through the hard work of its Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee, the ASCSU brought to fruition a decade-long effort to ensure lecturer representation on the ASCSU by adding 3 dedicated lecturer seats. In fall, the proposed amendment was ratified by the faculty across the CSU. I'm pleased to bring it to the board for your approval as mandated by our Constitution. Tenure line and lecturer faculty comprise the faculty of the CSU. By head count, lecturer faculty outnumber tenure line faculty. And while lecturer faculty are often thought of as temporary, many serve their universities for decades. Most campus senates thus provide dedicated seats for lecturer faculty. However, lecturer representation on the ASCSU has been limited and often, unfortunately, absent. This adversely affects the ability of the ASCSU to fulfill its board-given mission, and here are 2 examples. First, lecturer faculty are more diverse than tenure-line faculty. In fact, the majority of faculty identifying as Black or Latinx, Chicanx are lecturers. And while we are also working to diversify tenure-line faculty, the absence of lecturer faculty thus contributes to the ASCSU remaining less diverse than the students that we serve. Second, lecturer faculty teach a majority of the courses taken by incoming students. They are often the front line in retaining new students and helping them initially feel a sense of belonging. Their absence deprives the ASCSU and therefore the Chancellor and the board of this crucial perspective. Thus, the proposal is straightforward: to add 3 designated lecturer seats to the Senate roster. And now Vice Chair Adam Swenson will explain the barriers to lecturer service and how the proposed amendment overcomes them.
Thank you, Chair Boyd. In addition to contractual and budgetary issues, lecturer representation has been affected by concerns about equitable campus representation and the democratic principle that those represented must determine who represents them. Since each senator represents their entire campus, the campus determines who is eligible to serve on the ASCSU with wide variability across the system. Under the amendment, each campus annually elects a member of a lecturer electorate, which then elects the 3 ASCSU lecturer senators from its ranks. Thus, these senators represent all lecturers at large across the system rather than individual campuses. Along with other provisions, the proposal we bring to you optimally balances campus autonomy, equitable representation, and various technical issues around lecturer contracts and compensation. Now return it back to Chair Boyd.
Chair Rambula, this concludes our presentation. I'd like to thank both DVC Evans and Perez for their support, as well as all the staff behind the scenes who assisted in ensuring this information item was brought before the board today. We look forward to returning in March when the item returns at action, and we're happy to answer any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Evans, Dr. Boyd, Dr. Swenson, for your presentation. At this time, are there any questions or discussion from the board? Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So in the our agenda, it does say that adding the 3 senators may have budgetary implications. So if you could please review that. What are the present costs for the Chancellor's office, and with the addition of these 3 lecturers, what will the implications be?
Yeah, so these lecturers would have assigned time for their service, as we do with all of our ASCSU senators. And the implications for our budget are that we would go through the typical process internally with academic and student affairs at this time to address those and work within our means. And then I wanted to pass it off also to DVC Evans, who can elaborate on that.
Thank you, Dr. Boyd. So the Academic Senate budget is part of the Division of Academic and Student Affairs budgeting process. So that is a general funded office and operation, and that supports the administrative operations as well as Dr. Boyd shared, the faculty buyouts and service across the entire system. What we have discussed as this proposal was moved forward is that there would not be an augmentation. The existing budget, and I'm sorry I don't have the dollar figure at my fingertips, but happy to share that with the board, that is allocated annually would be retained. And in fact, as Chancellor Garcia referenced yesterday, we are also modeling the exercise of the reduction, the 7.95% reduction to all budgets in the Chancellor's office, just as our campus colleagues are. And so that will be a part of the process as well. So it would be absorbed within that existing budget, and we, as Chair Boyd mentioned, will work through our normal Chancellor's office budgeting process. The last thing I would add is, as is reflected in the proposal, this would add 3 dedicated lecturer seats to the Academic Senate. Keep in mind that the current Academic Senate Constitution calls for 2 representatives for each university, as well as a number of apportionments based on total FTE faculty across our campuses. And so as we look forward to the integration of maritime into San Luis Obispo, that will be recalibrated from 23 universities with 2 to 22 universities with 2 representatives. So that will be handled through the ASCSU process, but I share that because it will be happening at the same time that we're also factoring in the 3 additional lecturers.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions or comments from members of the board? Oh, yes, Trustee Yee Melikar.
Thank you so much, Trustee Rambula, and thanks to DVC Evans and Chair Boyd and Vice Chair Swenson for their presentation. As they said, the proposed amendment adding 3 lecturer faculty seats demonstrates a very important commitment to equity and inclusiveness in governance. And also including the lecturer faculty ensures that perspectives from those teaching the majority of the lower division and general education courses are represented at the statewide Senate deliberation process. I do agree with Trustee Fang that addressing budgetary implications and operational adjustments is crucial to successfully implementing this amendment, so I hope that that is done. My question is this, and that is, last year the Campaign for College Opportunity published a report entitled Still Left Out: how exclusion in California's colleges and universities continues to hurt our values, students, and democracy. And one of their recommendations was to look at requiring the UC, CSU, and the California community colleges to submit a biannual analysis of leadership, faculty, and academic senate diversity. So this amendment would be spot on in terms of addressing some of their concerns. So I like data, as you know. So my question is this: do you have trend data to show how the academic senate demonstrates diversity by race, ethnicity, gender, and as well as faculty status, whether it's by tenure track, or lecturer?
We do have some, and I'd like to refer to Vice Chair Swenson for more information, but we can also add that for our future item in March as well.
Yeah, this has been a long-term kind of thing that we've been working on informally. But we don't have anything formal to present at this time. But yes, we are working through this, and we created the JEDI, Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee a few years ago, in part, as you were there, to deal with these kind of issues.
Thank you. I think the data would be very helpful in second reading. Thank you.
If there are no other questions or comments, I'll just say, I think what you're hearing from the board is directionally, we love the idea of a more inclusive, more representative ASCSU, and really appreciate you all thinking about this and bringing forward a proposal. We look forward to more data and thinking about all the implications as we bring this back in March. Thank you. Thank you so much. We are now moving on to item number 4. Item number 4 is an information item on the year of engagement, reimagining student success. This item is going to be presented by Dr. Dilcy Perez, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs, and Pete Fritz, Lead Engagement Partner at Deloitte Consulting. Dr. Perez is going to be joining us, I believe, over Zoom.
I am. Good morning.
Good morning. All right, take it away, Dr. Perez.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Rambula, and thank you to Chair Clark and Chancellor Garcia and everyone in the room for your understanding during this time. I am traveling for a family emergency, and so Pete and I will co-present today. Today, we will be sharing an update on the CSU's year of engagement and the progress made since the November meeting. This will include lessons learned from our discovery phase, a draft of the components that will make up the student success framework, the unveiling of the draft definition of student success, and a draft of the framework's proposed commitments. We look forward to hearing the board's feedback on these items. Today, as we mentioned, we are joined by Pete Fritz, a principal with Deloitte's higher education practice, who will begin our presentation. Mr. Fritz.
Thank you, Dilcy, and thank you for taking the time to be here with you. Our thoughts are with you. And thank you, board, for the time today. Since our last update to the board in November, we've synthesized the findings for the discovery phase and have been working with our steering committee and working group, along with other leaders across the system, to co-create the initial components of the draft student success framework. We hope the conversation today will allow for further co-creation as we discuss the progress we have made and continue the process of iteration and socialization of our work. The year of engagement has included outreach to more than 1 million stakeholders from all 23 universities, including students, faculty, and staff, as well as engagement for the Board of Trustees and the Chancellor's Office. Each of the conversations, data assets, and points of contact that have been part of our discovery phase have directly shaped the draft framework. 5 lessons learned emerged throughout the discovery phase that will inform the draft framework moving forward. First, the CSU will redefine student success to encompass graduate school, transfer, and job/career attainment. Second, the CSU can leverage systemness to accomplish more as a collective. Third, the CSU will focus on teaching and learning as part of the solution. Fourth, the CSU has not consistently put meaningful, timely data in the hands of decision makers and those supporting students, and the system will need to use data to better meet students where they are. And finally,
Student resources will need to be easier to access, as students are aware of resources but do not frequently utilize them. In the discovery phase, we distributed a survey to more than 1 million CSU students, faculty, staff, and alumni. The Year of Engagement survey asked faculty and staff to rate the effectiveness of Graduation Initiative 2025 priority efforts. These findings, reinforced through conversations we have had with faculty and staff, highlight the importance of continued focus on student engagement and academic preparation, while also identifying opportunities to further focus on those areas identified as less effective, particularly database decision-making, financial support, and barrier reduction. The survey also asked students Likert response questions about their CSU experience. Responses indicated that students are relatively confident in their understanding of how their studies connect to their career aspirations, as well as their knowledge of the tools and resources available to aid them in their academic success. However, students report more significant challenges in terms of resource availability. They noted that issues with administrative barriers, as well as internship and course availability, make continuing as a CSU student more difficult. Personal financial resources also were identified as a significant challenge for students. 39% indicated that they have considered taking or have taken lighter course loads due to financial reasons. While students reported high awareness of resources, they reported low utilization of support services. The table on screen indicates the proportion of students who rarely or never access the listed services. This generally means that the higher the number here, the fewer students are accessing these resources. For instance, 67% of fifth-year students reported that they rarely or never utilize academic advising, and 87% of Black students reported that they rarely or never utilize career services. While there are some meaningful differences among student groupings, for example, fifth-year students utilize engagement resources much less than others, perhaps the most important takeaway is the relatively low utilization rates for all of these support services. These responses, combined with data that we shared on the previous slide, indicate that the CSU has more work to do in ensuring all elements of the student journey, whether academic, experiential, or co-curricular, are accessible to all students. Moving on to the next slide. The draft student success framework will consist of 5 distinct but interconnected components that are not mutually exclusive, but will instead inform and build upon one another. These draft components are the student success definition, commitments, objectives, metrics, and practices. Today, we will focus on the draft student success definition and the proposed commitments, as these will guide the focus of the remaining components. While the draft definition and commitments emerge from our comprehensive discovery and research, they have been further developed through iterative discussions with senior leaders across the CSU, as well as with our steering committee and working group. We are grateful for the time and intentionality each of these stakeholders has brought to these discussions, as we have sought to develop a draft framework that is unique to the CSU and is inclusive of the many voices and experiences that make up this community. The draft student success definition is intended to represent in a single statement how the CSU defines student success and to provide a baseline expectation of what the CSU will offer students. In short, it reflects who we are and what we deliver. The draft definition shown here was created through comprehensive discussions with leaders from across the system. It is rooted in feedback from students and their families that indicates that they aspire to graduate with better job prospects than they would have without a college degree. The draft definition for student success is: student success in the CSU is achieved through providing personalized and collective experiences with a supportive community that prioritizes flexible and impactful learning opportunities, self-discovery, and holistic growth. Equipping students to achieve academic excellence, career success, and economic mobility through accessible, inclusive, and experiential learning environments. Developing curricular and co-curricular pathways for each student to graduate and excel in their career and/or further study, and preparing them to thrive as engaged leaders and members of society. And fostering lifetime relationships with students and graduates by cultivating meaningful experiences with their university, alumni, and communities. Moving on, the draft commitments build off the definition and represent critical areas of focus necessary to realize our draft definition of student success, They will guide how we structure the work. The 6 draft framework commitments you see on the screen reflect the findings from the discovery phase with the added context of national research, established best practices, and newly emerging innovations. As we have shared previously, this process sought to develop a thorough understanding of what worked and what did not work in Graduation Initiative 2025, and to identify the top priorities across the system for enhancing the student experience and addressing major barriers to degree progress. Draft commitment number 1, academic readiness. The CSU will collaborate with families, community-based organizations, and California education partners to ensure our universities help students succeed in college. Academic readiness is a crucial commitment for the CSU and ensures that all students are adequately prepared to succeed in college. According to the California Department of Education data, only 52% of high school graduates in the 2022-23 school year completed A through G requirements, with even lower percentages among students from historically underrepresented backgrounds. While the CSU has made steady progress in improving college readiness, many first-time students are informed that they are admitted but not ready for college-level coursework. Draft commitment number 2, affordability. The CSU will foster affordable educational opportunities where every student is empowered to achieve their educational goals without financial barriers. Affordability is a major concern for students and alumni, and California's high cost of living and transportation intensifying financial difficulties. According to survey data shared previously, 39% of students considered taking a lower course load to meet their financial obligations, and only 32% agreed that their university provides adequate financial assistance. Addressing affordability is essential as rising tuition and living costs create financial barriers that can hinder students' ability to focus on their studies and complete their education. Draft commitment number 3, personalized journeys to success. The CSU will nurture inclusive, accessible, and equitable teaching and learning environments where every student has the resources and support needed to excel academically. Many students today balance academics with other responsibilities, such as being student parents, part-time workers, or commuters. Data reveal that 7% of students are parents, 19% are part-time students, and 83% commute. This highlights the need for tailored support services and flexible course scheduling options to help students navigate their unique academic and career journeys effectively. Draft commitment number 4, equitable teaching and learning environments. The CSU will identify each student's unique needs and support students in defining their academic goals and career aspirations, providing customized resources to support them on that path. The National Survey of Student Engagement survey data points indicate that 76% of students consider academic support very important to their campus experience. And the Year of Engagement student survey data revealed that approximately 1/5 of students perceive microaggressions in the classroom, underscoring the urgent need to enhance inclusivity. Creating inclusive and supportive learning environments is vital to addressing these issues and ensuring that all students have the resources they need to succeed. Draft commitment number 5, experiential learning. The CSU will create flexible opportunities for applied learning to enable students to develop practical skills and deepen their understanding of how their experiences apply to their academic and career goals. The Association of American Colleges and Universities has found that students who participate in high-impact practices are more likely to graduate, with those involved in undergraduate research, internships, field placements, and study abroad reporting high satisfaction rates. By fostering an environment rich in experiential learning opportunities, the CSU will enhance student engagement, satisfaction, and success, ultimately preparing students for their future careers and for lifelong learning. And finally, the last draft commitment, post-degree opportunity. The CSU will collaborate with California employers to ensure that each student graduates with an opportunity for a first career job and/or a clear pathway to further studies. In today's higher education landscape, the return on investment of a degree is increasingly important, making it essential to ensure that students are well prepared for successful careers post-graduation. Alumni feedback has highlighted the critical role of career preparation, emphasizing the need for students to build both job-specific skills and self-efficacy to navigate the job search process effectively. The CSU's focus on post-degree opportunities is vital for students as it directly impacts their future success, financial stability, and overall satisfaction with their educational investment. As we move forward, the Year of Engagement team will continue to work with CSU stakeholders to co-create the remaining components of the draft framework, which will then undergo further iteration and socialization across the system. This ongoing engagement is crucial to ensure that the framework is reflective of the nuances of each distinct CSU university and stakeholder community, which is critical for the long-term success of the framework. In March, we will return once again to the board to share a complete framework, which will include further details on the remaining components, objectives, metrics, and practices. Once approved by the board, the CSU will turn its attention to implementation by establishing both system-wide and campus-level teams. We thank you for your time and for the generative discussion that will come from this today. Dr. Perez, you were missed, and we look forward to hearing from the board's feedback on the draft definition of student success and the draft framework commitments. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. At this time, are there any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Kimbell, and then I'll go around.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm wondering as to the low usage by students of mental health counseling and also academic advising. Did you delve any deeper as to the reasons? Did the students feel it was unavailable, so if they tried to make an appointment, it would take months, or the same with the advising, or was it simply they weren't interested or didn't know about it?
Sorry, and I will say, if Dr. Perez is still here and cares to jump in, you have rights of first refusal, but I'll go forward with the questions as much as possible. We have heard multiple reasons for utilization of all the services, advising and mental health inclusive, but have not gotten to the stage of, I would say, assigning proportional reasons to it. So in terms of the magnitude of the effect of each one of the reasons, we do not have that information yet. But we have heard various things in terms of, there are, I would say, particularly when it comes to mental health services, there is a sort of personal unwillingness or lack of comfort with accessing those services sometimes. More broadly, we have heard challenges around scheduling or resource availability. I want to use them, but either the wait is too long, the office is too busy. I think a lot of what we have heard has been that the times at which those services are offered is not well aligned to some student schedules, especially those who have lots of commitments outside of the classroom.
Asked also with the mental health, I know that a lot of our campuses are using online, and we discussed it a long time ago, but I remember one of the benefits was that it was much more flexible in terms of time, that students could actually have a session even in the middle of the night sometimes if they had a counselor in another part of the world. So it'd be interesting to know, to do, have more information on the reason around the low usage.
I think digging deeper into that is great. And I would say, too, a lot of times we have seen research indicating that students not only enjoyed the flexibility of the scheduling for mental health services, but sometimes are more comfortable with engaging online or remotely rather than kind of in person. So there's many advantages.
And we're going to go around the shoehorn here. I'll just remind all of us with Trustee Kimbell's question, part of the beauty of this new student success framework is we'll now have more of this data in front of us, such that when this data is collected and brought back to us, we can ask these exact same questions, and then as a board, begin to pose to faculty, to staff, to our presidents, how might we shift this data? And then after asking that, C, changes, efforts to change it, and then C, is that actually moving the needle? Are more students who want it utilizing it? Okay, we'll go to Trustee Fagan.
Well, basically, following up on Lily and Diego's remarks, so when you were talking about what we've heard and answer the question why, that's really anecdotal evidence. And so if that's true, are you planning on further acquisition of real data to figure out why, what's the reason, and what we should be doing or the school should be doing to improve those results, or what changes?
Absolutely. I think what has been really important about this initial discovery phase is helping the CSU to hone in on where are those areas of emphasis and focus. What are the things that we're hearing from all different stakeholders that are going to potentially move the needle the most in terms of student success? Part of the planning for implementation and for the more the rounds of the framework development around objectives and practices that will come is starting to dig deeper into the causality. When we've heard about things where the CSU, there's room for improvement, where students are asking for more support, getting more towards what are the sources of the reasons behind that and how do we more effectively address that is something that is most definitely on the table.
May I chime in? This is Delcy. Thanks, Pete. I do want to say we do actually have a better handle than folks might think. The reality is, most of our students are first-generation college students caring for dependents, working other jobs. And so part of the question that we have to ask ourselves, and I don't believe it's a one-size-fits-all approach, I think we have to look regionally. There are certainly differences, but look at each institution and university asking and better understanding what their students need. And some of it is about timing of when it's offered, but it's also about services being embedded in already existing programs. And so we do think there is an opportunity for us as we begin to look at the implementation phase of really pressing in to, is it accessibility of time or is it really the integration of the programs and services with the curriculum?
Thank you, Dilsey. We're going to go to Trustee Rodriguez, Trustee Lopez, and then Trustee Yee Millikar.
Thank you so much, DVC President. Pete, first, it was a pleasure conversation that we had not too long ago. I think one of the things that is so key that the questions that we're asking here about taking a deeper dive into that data is also making sure the cultural component of it is taken into consideration. One of the requests that I requested in November was to make sure we had that subgroup data. For me, it's not surprising. It's alarming that the services are not being used, but it's not surprising, especially in in some of our different cultures. I know I come from a Latino background, Mexican American background. There is a stigma with services when it comes to mental health. So one of the things we need to take that into consideration, how do we break that down? How do we make sure that we're servicing our students to make that accessible, but also break down that stigma? One of the things I was really processing is this access to academic advising. A lot of our underserved students are not getting that type of advising even at the high school level. So when they're coming into the college, how are we making sure that they're participating in those university one-on-one opportunities to make sure that they know that those opportunities are there? I mean, I'm an example. I've given this story I don't know how many times, but I didn't know I had to go see a counselor my first semester at a community college. So I took a beautiful 14-unit semester that was worthless. But I think that's my example, right? I really know that is a story of so many that they don't know that they have that type of resource for them. So the question of how do we redefine student success should also include how do we be creative about it. At times, I read too that some of us had mentioned family involvement in that process in academic advising. I know I do that for my nieces and nephews, and I'm going to probably do it for my daughters when they get to age. But it's this whole process of walking with them on that journey. But I'm really excited about the direction of redefinition of what student success is, and also who our modern learner is. So I just can really appreciate the information, and I'm really excited about where we're going.
That's great to hear. And I think the comments, I could not agree more and point to interesting opportunities as the framework develops, right? That idea that the foundation of student success is formed before students arrive at the CSU is critically important. So as we move into the next phase where we will be engaging with more intersegmental partners, more people outside of the CSU about the framework, I think that will be critical. And I think you also highlighted one of the challenges of creating this framework in ways that are going to work for all 23, 22 in the future institutions. Because the idea of leveraging the power of the system is critical, but also being able to shape the framework for each one of the campus's unique needs and unique student populations is going to be a fun challenge to addressing that.
Trustee Lopez.
Thank you, and it's a great report, and really excited to hear how this is progressing and where we are now. I want to just, a couple of comments. One is to just note that this is not siloed from the strategic plan. In fact, it is very much linked. It is part and parcel, so this is informing our strategic plan. I just wanted to make that really explicit because sometimes we forget that we need to connect the dots, and in this case, they're really very connected and sewed in there. The second thing I wanted to just comment on is how this is a great example of how we're looking at what we did and how we can do better. You know, the graduation initiative really did accomplish a lot, but our 6-year rates have stagnated and the equity gaps have just not budged. So this is a chance to step back and look at, see what happened, what we did well, and what we can do better. And so this is just a spectacular example for anybody who's listening of how much the CSU really is taking a very critical look at how we position ourselves for the future. Now, I just have a couple of, questions or requests, I don't know which. One is, you mentioned that one of the things in the student success arena is that you're going to create baseline expectations for what we will offer, which I think is great. I want to just take that to a practical level and suggest that we ought to just lay out what we should offer and then look at and then say, what can we offer? Mm-hmm. Because we can dream, but as we know, there's a big gap between what we'd like to do and what we can do. And I think that needs to be made explicit, for us to keep looking at that. And along with that, the bigger request is for this group to come up with a set of metrics that this board can follow progress, that the campuses can follow, the chancellor can follow progress at a different level, and that obviously the campuses can monitor their own progress at that level of, specificity that they can then take action to correct. So again, thank you. I think this is terrific.
Thank you so much. And Trustee Willis, we'll reach out as we shift the conversation towards developing those metrics, which is certainly on the table in the next couple of months. We'll give you a ring.
Trustee Yee Melikar.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula. I too echo appreciation for the data collection and the hard work that has gone into this presentation and in this process. I had some questions about the resource utilization response expressed by the students. I'm especially interested in slide number 7, where you have the student survey response and the 73% of the student responding. I love to see more data disaggregated by not only the race and ethnicity, but I also like to see it by gender. I'm especially concerned about our male students in the CSU system. And in all honesty, as we go forward from GI 2025 to the year of engagement, I love to see more attention to our other levels of students, especially graduate students and perhaps other types of students as well. So if you can include some of that data in future reports, I would really appreciate the disaggregation of the data. Thank you so much.
Trustee Wahardo.
Thank you. And I really just want to say that I love the draft definition and the framework commitments. I believe that they really capture what students are wanting from our institutions. And when we meet with students, they share that they're looking for lighter course loads. I've been fortunate enough to be a mentor to over 100 students on my campus, and they've told me they're not able to take 15 units, and if they do, they regret it because of their financial needs and obligations. and they don't have the capacity to use important services or participate in internships, or maybe they're not accessible to them. And it's because they're really ultimately trying to survive. And I believe the draft definition and framework commitments all meet the needs of our students. And I'm really looking forward to the finalized version and the implementation process. Thank you.
Chancellor Garcia.
I just want to echo everyone and say, you know, we're in the middle of a transition. Our students have completely changed. They're not like we were, or even those 10 years ago. And so as our students change, they're expecting us to change so that we can help them reach their highest potential. We have to shift. I know we're all trying. How do we shift our institutions to use 7 days a week? Because our students are looking for opportunities and how they could fit it into their complicated lives. You heard the data of how many of our students are commuters. Those commuting students not only have transportation costs, you heard it, it's hard to live in California with the cost of living. They have family responsibilities. How are we meeting those responsibilities as a system and on each of our campuses? And so it's about us shifting, not trying to have our students fit into our model, but if we're really, truly putting students at the center, it means that we have to change in how we deliver, and how we teach, and how we connect, and how we offer them support services. Because what I went through, very similar to Yami, they're doing it 20-fold. And so I want us to start to think, and I thank you for all of this work, team, that you're doing on this, because we're at an inflection point for students and how we serve them, and that our resources have to match what we say.
You sure? Okay. I think I have 3 comments. I've been trying to capture, but I can't figure out if it's 3 or 4. The first is I really like where we are driving with the definition and the commitments. Overall, and I know that a lot of us started getting into the specifics, but at the highest level, we did the best we could 10 years ago to name, rightly so, we need more students to graduate, and we want to focus on ensuring that we're closing the equity gap. And let's be clear, the CSU was ahead of the game in doing that. I think we are once again ahead of the game in shifting from graduation alone is not enough. And a university degree is transformational for the young people who get it. And that is evidenced when they are able to get into jobs they love and earn a living wage doing that job. And so I love this definition, and I love that it encompasses the pieces that really matter to how we're going to know that we're helping more students get there. Whole thought 1. 2, I also love that embedded in this is a shift from we're doing something to that thing we're doing is having the effect we hope it has. So rather than saying we provide mental health and we provide academic services, we're actually asking, but are students taking advantage of those things? And if they're not, let's get to the bottom of why not, and then change so that they actually do start taking advantage of it. Because if we continue to just say, but we're offering it and they're not taking it, then we know that that's going to get us there. This may mean, and I'm sure it will when we start getting there, changes to how we're offering. This may mean more nudging of what does it look like for us to set up systems such that we're nudging more students to take advantage of the things that are there. But more than anything, I think it's just going to be flexibility and really starting by asking students, do you want it? Do you need it? What's the holdup? And then how do we meet your need? Whole thought 2. The third, I'm really excited about when we get to the metric side, and I know we're not there yet. You have appropriately named, we've named a definition, we're getting to the commitments, but I'm really excited when we get to the metrics because I think that's going to be an interesting thing for us as a board to think about both, are these the right metrics? And then for us to consider, we will be so data rich in this for the teams, for our 22 teams to really take this. And how do we make sure we're at the right level? So we're asking the right questions, but not getting too in the weeds. Which maybe leads me to a fourth thought, but maybe it's a question. And Pete, I don't know if you can answer this. We're going to have a slew of data now. In some ways, GI 2025 was important but limited, but it also gave us essentially a couple of data points to really look at. Even here, we might have 6, and really, I imagine we're not going to have 6 data points. It's actually going to be a much more robust data set. Maybe I'm sneaking ahead, so just feel free to tell me. I promise we're coming back to metrics. But maybe my question to you is, are you envisioning some sort of roll-up of the metrics into a somewhat simplistic way for us as a board to think about how each of our campuses is doing?
Understanding that we are very early days in the metrics conversation so far, I would say yes. I would actually consider, when it comes to data, when it comes to metrics, there's probably 3 different levels we should be thinking about. The first is not necessarily things that roll up to the board or are directly tied to the framework, but just the ability to make more data and more timely and real-time data about our students available to our campuses. So that can be used in a wealth of ways to solve proactively for student success and help students where they are. The second level, I think there is a set of metrics that will be tied more towards the implementation plan that aren't necessarily those that are the end result, the thing that we are driving towards as a system, but that are important leading indicators. So for instance, I would consider, if we're thinking about academic preparedness and how we work with the K-12 system to better prepare students for college, it will be a long time before we're able to know, is that affecting graduation rates? Is that affecting enrollment rates? But we can start to track some leading indicators around how frequently are we out in the high schools participating in things? How many teachers are participating in programs that we're offering? How many students are we interacting with? At least something that gives us an idea of the level of effort that's going into some of the primary practices and objectives. And then finally, I think there is that set of metrics that are tied to what are those end results, tied very tightly to the definition of student success and the things that we're driving towards. Certainly graduation rates and progression rates are part of that. I would imagine there are metrics in there about post-graduation outcomes that can take all sorts of different forms. But figuring out what that almost dashboard looks like and how we're progressing across that over time, I think will be kind of critical for the board.
I'm not surprised that you already have a great answer, and I'm so excited for the more detailed answer that you nodded to, so thank you so much. And maybe 2 closing thoughts for me. For my board colleagues, I would just remind us, we began this work, Dilsey really started this work more than a year ago in saying, GI 2025 is coming to a close. And what an inclusive, thoughtful process. I just want us to, this feels like a shining example of, we didn't wait until November 2025 to say, oh my gosh, what are we gonna do in 2026? We really intentionally set out to say, okay, how are we going to think about this, engage with students, with faculty, with staff, with the broader community, and so just incredibly proud of what the team has led through. And okay, last thought, I probably should have done these in reverse order because this one's so down on the weeds. On page 12, there's this note about students who are leaving our system and the GPA they have. Our students stop out for a number of reasons. But these data here make quite clear that a low GPA is a primary reason. Which is both an academic readiness, there are challenges coming in the door, but it's also we're not meeting their needs when they're at our door. And to date, a lot of the academic readiness I've seen is the work we're going to do to make sure others prepare them. And I just want to make sure that as we put this forward, there's also, and what are we doing to make sure that we're meeting their academic needs once they're here?
Yes. That is on the table for sure.
Okay, great. If there are no other questions, thank you, Pete. Thank you, Dilsey, for this. And I need to. We are now moving on to, thank you so much for the contributions. We're moving to item number 5. This is an information item regarding research, scholarship, and creative activities. This item will be presented by Dr. Dilsey Perez, Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic. Actually, it's going to be Dr. Nathan Evans, Deputy Vice Chancellor for, he's one of our Deputy Vice Chancellors. It's great.
Good enough.
Dr. Ganesh Raman, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Research, Dr. Rafiq Mohammed, Provost of Cal State San Bernardino, and Heather Middleton, a Cal State San Bernardino student.
Thank you, Chair Rambula. The CSU stands out for its hands-on learning approach, where students actively collaborate with faculty on groundbreaking research, scholarship, and creative projects. These immersive experiences empower students of all backgrounds to explore their studies deeply, discover new passions, and achieve goals they never thought possible. These research, scholarly, and creative experiences, embedded across all majors, drive student success, promote equity, and address the pressing challenges of California's diverse communities. 83% of the CSU's 2022-23 baccalaureate graduates benefited from one or more research, scholarship, or creative activities, internships, or other experiential learning components during their studies. That's more than 88,000 students system-wide who took advantage of the CSU's myriad of experiential educational opportunities, which play a crucial role in equipping our graduates with real-world skills and in better preparing them for their careers after graduation. In addition, 28% of our 2018-19 baccalaureate earners went on to pursue graduate studies within 5 years of earning their CSU bachelor's degree. This is a significant achievement, reflecting both the quality of our academic programs and the readiness of our students to take on advanced education. It's clear that the CSU is preparing graduates not only to enter the workforce, but to continue their educational journeys and contribute to a diverse range of academic fields. In today's presentation, Dr. Ganesh Raman, Assistant Vice Chancellor for Research, will explore the remarkable growth in CSU's sponsored program expenditures, examine the diverse sources of funding driving this progress, and discuss the transformative impacts these investments have on our campuses. We'll also delve into the exciting announcement made by Chancellor Garcia yesterday about the launch of the groundbreaking CSU Consortium on Climate Adaptation. This initiative unites all our campuses to advance climate literacy and research across the system, which, as the recent devastating fires throughout Los Angeles County have so dramatically illustrated, is incredibly important. Finally, we'll be inspired by insights from colleagues at Cal State San Bernardino, who will share how research and experiential learning are equipping our students with the skills and opportunities they need to thrive in their future careers. We'll start with Dr. Raman.
Thank you, Dr. Evans. Building on valuable trustee input from last year's presentation, we have collaborated closely with campus research leaders to develop the framework for a strategic plan aimed at advancing research and enhancing process efficiencies. Additionally, the establishment of the new CSU Research Consortium will drive future research growth. The graph on the screen illustrates a clear upward trend, showing that annual research expenditures grew by $222 million between 2016-17 and 22-23, the most recent year for which we have audited financial information available. Via external grants, contracts, and awards, the CSU achieved nearly $812 million in research expenditures in the academic year 22-23 alone. That's $104 million more than the previous year. And this includes the $812 million includes $95 million to support facilities and administrative costs. Our research, scholarship, and creative activities are powered by a variety of external grants, contracts, and awards, with 63% of funding coming from federal sources and 23% from state sources. 80% of CSU's $510 million in federally sponsored 22-23 program expenditures came from 5 federal agencies. These agencies were the Department of Health and Human Services, that includes NIH, the Department of Education, the National Science Foundation, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and the U.S. Department of Defense. These investments reflect the breadth and impact of the CSU's research enterprise across key sectors of the national economy. I'd now like to tell you more about the impact of CSU's research in terms of publications and Carnegie classifications. CSU research led to more than 43,000 publications between 2019 and 23, which is further testament to the breadth and depth of the research being conducted across our campuses. These research publications often include student co-authors and span a wide variety of disciplines, including community-based research, demonstrating the CSU's commitment to advancing knowledge and addressing critical global challenges. 7 campuses, East Bay, Fresno, Fullerton, Long Beach, San Bernardino, San Diego, and San Francisco, have maintained their prestigious Carnegie R2 classifications, which recognizes them as doctoral universities with high research activity. This is a significant achievement, reinforcing the CSU's position as a leader in research and in its dedication to advancing innovative solutions with societal impact in education, science, technology, and beyond. Through groundbreaking research, innovative scholarship, and creative activities, the CSU is driving discovery, expanding knowledge, and advancing solutions to meet the needs of California and the world. The CSU Research Consortia are multi-university collaboratives through which our students and faculty tackle critical challenges, contributing to areas such as sustainability, healthcare, technology, and education. On screen, you'll see the critical research areas that the CSU's consortia address. The CSU's multi-campus consortia connect all 23 campuses, promoting collaboration in education and research. By leveraging synergies across universities, we amplify our collective impact in these critical areas. The written item provides details regarding consortia activities and exemplars. Yesterday, Chancellor Garcia announced the launch of the new CSU Climate Adaptation Consortium. Our Chancellor has been a steadfast supporter of the Climate Consortium and is recognized as a national leader in the climate field. She co-chairs the Higher Education Climate Task Force at the Aspen Institute, underscoring her dedication to advancing climate initiatives. Dr. Megan Jennings, a conservation ecologist based at San Diego State University, will serve as the inaugural interim executive director for this new CSU consortium. The launch of the consortium is a result of a multi-year planning effort, and with seed funding from the CSU, this consortium is expected to grow sustainably through extramural funding.
Here's what I found.
Oh, gosh. Sorry. Key to this growth is the collective expertise of more than 200 CSU faculty researchers specializing in various aspects of climate science. This initiative also aligns directly with the state's executive order N-11-23, which promotes the development of innovative career pathways to meet California's needs. By leveraging the CSU's proven consortium model, the Climate Adaptation Consortium will maximize the CSU's engagement with high schools, community colleges, and the University of California, creating a collaborative environment where students thrive. Together, we're building a future where CSU students are not only prepared for emerging careers in the climate workforce, but are also leaders, innovators, and problem solvers our communities need. This is our moment to rise to the challenge to ensure a more resilient California for generations to come. To further illustrate how the CSU's research and experiential learning opportunities can connect to career readiness, we'll now hear from Heather Middleton, a junior at Cal State San Bernardino who's majoring in information systems and technology, followed by Dr. Rafiq Mohammed, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at Cal State San Bernardino, who will speak about his university's cybersecurity program. Ms. Middleton?
My name is Heather Middleton, a junior at CSU San Bernardino, pursuing a bachelor's in information systems and technology with an emphasis in cybersecurity. My love for technology began in 3rd grade when I joined a robotics team. And as the digital world advances, so does my passion for tech. When searching for a school to nurture my interest and challenge me with real-world applications, CSU San Bernardino's renowned cybersecurity program stood out. I was honored to be accepted and receive the Scholarship for Service, a National Science Foundation program that provides a full-ride scholarship and a clear path into government service. But this journey wasn't always clear. I started at Santa Monica College, a lost freshman unsure of my direction. As a young African-American woman passionate about technology, entering spaces where I felt like a double minority was intimidating. I wasn't sure I'd find a place where I belonged. That changed when I stepped foot into CSU San Bernardino's Cyber Lab, led by Professor Colson, who is here with me today. The Cyber Lab is a hub of innovation, collaboration, and driven students. I immediately joined projects that pushed me, like creating malware, learning languages like Python, contributing to the AI super team, and analyzing traffic for the Unitree Go-To robot dog. Had it not been for the Cyber Lab, I wouldn't have had the incredible opportunity to meet the White House Deputy Director for Cyber, attend the Scholarship for Service job fair in Washington, D.C., and secure an internship this summer at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. The Cyber Lab became my family, and CSU San Bernardino became my home. Here, I am empowered to bring my full self to every challenge, knowing my perspective matters. I'm surrounded by like-minded peers and the community that fuels my drive to become a cybersecurity analyst. Thanks to CSU San Bernardino, I'm confident, prepared, and ready to contribute as a cyber professional this nation needs. Provost Mohammed will now talk more about Cal State San Bernardino's career readiness efforts in cybersecurity.
Thank you, Heather. I can tell you're a student because the font on your remarks is much smaller than what I have here. Thanks for rubbing that in. But thank you, Heather, for what you've shared today. As you can see, we have extraordinary students at Cal State San Bernardino and throughout the CSU, and Heather epitomizes that excellence. So thank you again. And thank you, trustees, for this opportunity to provide a brief summary of CSUSB's accomplishments in the field of cybersecurity. CSUSB is firmly in place as a cybersecurity national leader. As a Center for Academic Excellence in Cyber Defense, CSUSB leads the CAEC as the Community National Center. So in effect, we are leading an organization of approximately 500 colleges and universities across the country in this vital field. I actually had the opportunity to attend the annual meetings with Dr. Colson here, and we are kind of a big deal in that space, thanks to our excellent students and the work of Tony Colson and his team. So the question is, how did CSUSB's program become so strong? And I would argue that we are regularly punching above our weight because of the excellence of our faculty in developing this program and in building connections and in securing external funding. And in my conversations with Dr. Colson on the same subject, we'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the excellence of our students and all that they bring to our programs and all that we learn from them about operating in these spaces. I'd also like to note an overlooked strength that has contributed to our success, which is our diversity as an MSI and as an HSI, along with our commitment to supporting and strengthening that diversity through actively promoting equity and inclusion. All of that has brought us here to this point. It has led to CSUSB's ranking as the #3 institution in the country in social mobility. And even more specifically, it has led to the flourishing of CSUSB's freshly renamed Center for Cyber and AI, along with the creation of California's first school for cyber and decision sciences. Furthermore, it has led to CSUSB serving as the CAEC Community National Center, as I mentioned a moment ago, as well as the new CSU Workforce Innovation Tech Hubs program. Finally, it has led to CSUSB's active outreach to its community partners and to its partners in academia industry, and government, because working together is how we create successful cyber ecosystems in California and across our nation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Provost Mohammed and Ms. Middleton, for sharing an amazing student research community at CSU San Bernardino with us today. As the CSU community advances its ambitious goal to reimagine student success, equity, and career readiness, Discovery experiences remain exemplars of CSU teaching and learning. Research, scholarship, and creative activities empower students from all backgrounds to find their voices, build confidence, and see themselves as scholars and innovators. These transformative experiences enhance engagement, unlock potential, and prepare our students to thrive. And they also solidify CSU faculty as leaders in their fields, punching above their weight, as Provost Mohammed said, and addressing California's and the world's most pressing issues. So Chair Rambula, that concludes our presentation. Dr. Rahman, Provost Mohammed, Ms. Middleton, and I would look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much. Trustee Steinhauser and then Trustee Fong.
Thank you for this excellent report, and Heather, thank you for your honest comments of the the struggles and the barriers, and thank you for your persistence, because you have a bright future. So cybersecurity is huge, and San Bernardino and our universities are doing a great job of innovation and creating new pathways. My question is, we all know that the new administration, as was evident yesterday, is really going to trim the federal government in one area, and we know that 83% of our funding comes from federal grants. So my question is, what are we doing now, knowing that some of those grants, could go away, hopefully not, but I'm more concerned about the future as new budgets are developed, and will there be, my gut tells me there'll be less opportunities for us and other universities. So what is our plan to backfill those resources?
Thank you, Trustee Steinhauser. I'm happy to begin, and then I'll turn to Dr. Rahman to maybe provide some additional detail. As Dr. Rahman and I were having a conversation, to say that federal priorities are changing is an understatement, as you said, as evidenced by the recent announcements and sort of trying to unpack and understand that as colleges, universities, communities across the country are trying to do. I think, as Dr. Rahman mentioned, our sources of funding in the CSU come from a variety of federal agencies. And as you heard, everything from agriculture, education, defense, and others that we expect will continue. While priorities may change, they may create new opportunities. And so I think we are, while not standing still, our work and the work across campuses continue. Also thinking about where new opportunities may emerge as we go forward. You heard just a sort of a tip of the iceberg of research activities as we look individually at universities, but also at our multi-campus research initiatives. And so we're also trying to think about those opportunities and be prepared as not just individual institutions, but as a system to be responsive. But I also don't want to diminish the uncertainty that our communities feel right now as their life's work and research seems to be on pause. And as I said, there'll be more to come, but I'll turn to Dr. Rahman for additional detail.
Thank you, DVC Evans. So yes, so the federal funding landscape is very fluid right now and in flux. We are aware of that. We have, in academic and student affairs, we have partnered with government relations and the Office of General Counsel to send guidance to campuses. And I'm also communicating with the campus chief research officers. And one of the things we want to make sure that this phase of panic doesn't cause paralysis, where our faculty stop preparing proposals for future opportunities. And once this phase passes, clearly there is a recalibration in effect. We will pursue opportunities that are on the horizon. There are likely to be new opportunities in AI, in innovation, in U.S. competitiveness in the global marketplace, and we intend to pursue all of these. We've got diverse disciplines as well as diverse faculty within the CSU. So that's our intent to do that, but again, it's very rapidly evolving and there isn't clarity on the details. And from what we have seen, there is a target on the diversity, equity, inclusion types of grants, and then these are also very much subject to interpretation. as to what is an identity-based grant versus what is a capacity-building grant. And there are even the science-based grants have an outreach component that could be viewed in some cases as labeled as a DEI grant. So, but we're looking at this and in a state of readiness too. But in the meantime, we're urging our campuses to continue proposal development and submission where possible. So.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Can I add also a little bit to that? I thank you, Dr. Rahman. You're absolutely on target. But what I know our presidents are doing is not only depending on the federal government for these grants, but to partner with advancement to go after those philanthropic organizations that are looking at AI, that are looking at technology. Now is the time to double down on that, because right now the higher ed community is very worried. I've had phone calls from colleagues from across the country thinking about what is going to happen to the federal grants. So yes, we don't do paralysis, we keep pushing, but we look for the philanthropic organizations that have a heart and want to advance this, and we're on top of that. Our presidents are great at that.
I have three trustees, Trustee Fong, Trustee Lopez, Trustee Kimball.
Thank you, and I'm going to follow up with Trustee Steinhauser's question with regard to funding. Deputy Vice Chancellor Evans, we had chatted briefly about this, but can you explain to us the funding source timeline? Are the funds for these grants given in advance, or are they, can you expand on that for me, please?
Yes, I'm happy to begin, and then I'll also again turn to Dr. Rahman for some specificity. I would begin by saying it depends on the type of grant, whether they are a source that is provided all at once or if they are a multi-year drawdown from the federal government in some cases. So there is variation depending on the length of grant, the original criteria. Some programs are also forward funded through congressional action, and so it varies greatly, but I'll turn to Dr. Rahman for additional detail.
Yes, so this, I think Dr. Evans answered the question. It depends on the type of grant. For example, we have grants that are run over 5 years that are funded on an annual basis. We have some grants that are front-loaded, that get funded right at the outset. There are other types of grants that are more of reimbursement type grants where you submit invoices and so it varies and so it's not only our annual expenditures, but it's everything we have in the pipeline. All of the grants that we have acquired or have been awarded over the last 5 years that are still active. We're concerned about all of those things.
Thank you, Dr. Rahman, because I know that our presidents and their campuses are very concerned because if it's a reimbursement type of funding, that this research with that type of reimbursement funding and with our budget concerns that we're facing, we're looking at some of these projects just stopping, I would imagine.
Yes, we're concerned about it, but at the moment, based on what we know, many of our activities are likely to continue. So.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And I really enjoyed reading the agenda item and all of the wonderful projects that all of our universities are doing. But in particular, I was so excited to know that San Bernardino was presenting their incredible program on cybersecurity that I had the pleasure of meeting with Dr. Colson probably about 5 years ago, and that the program was maybe 100 students at that time, and it's so exciting, Dr. Colson, to see that it's expanded to over 600 and that it has grown from cybersecurity to other entities that you're focusing on. And I also recall how many women you had participating in the program. And so, Heather, it's so fantastic to see you here and the work that you're doing, and just knowing that the career opportunities for you are, it's an open world for you. And Dr. Mohammed and maybe Dr. Colson, you can address, this program is, tops in the nation. Is it something that you can continue to expand and grow, or are you limited at this point with facilities, faculty, et cetera?
I'll gladly defer to Tony to speak to that. Thank you.
First of all, I remember your visit, and thank you so much. And I invite anybody to come on by. We promise not to steal your credit card information when you're in our lab, as one of our students accidentally did during a trustee visit. What's absolutely amazing is it's in cybersecurity, it is not the fact that we have 600 students in one discipline, we have 600 students across disciplines. Because we've been doing an amazing thing, which is listening to our constituents, listening to companies, listening to the government, and saying, what is it that you need? What are the skill sets? But also, to increase participation in an academic program, you have to take a look and see where the interest lies for the students. Maybe they're in one discipline but didn't know that this could tie into another discipline. And so Cal State San Bernardino actually has, I think we're approaching 10 different cyber-related programs across disciplines, including in social and behavioral sciences, natural sciences, business, criminal justice, and the like. And I think that's really the way forward as we try to adapt to make sure that we can have social mobility for our students, but also to increase the diversity of our student body by saying, hey, you might be here, but did you know you can do this as well?
Thank you. And Dr. Colson, can you just give us some examples of career pipeline opportunities that your students have?
Well, it's absolutely amazing to see, because nationally there's a deficit of about 380,000 cybersecurity professionals, and now with AI there's a huge deficit and gap. So where are students going? They're going everywhere. I really can't emphasize that enough. They're going wherever their dreams will take them. I have a student that just contacted me. He's in Korea right now, and it was his cybersecurity path that took him to Korea, working with the government in Korea and the United States military in Korea as well. But beyond that, what I would say is we set up the circumstances for our students to gravitate to where they want to be, and we've actually created a system that validates workforce readiness for the students to help direct them to even job prospects, so that our placement rate is extraordinarily high, but it's student-driven placement, meaning where did you dream, what do you think you're ready to do, and can we help you know that you're confident enough to do that?
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, and it's just a fantastic example of what San Bernardino is doing, but I know that our other campuses are doing as well. Thank you.
Trustee Lopez.
Thank you. Amazing stuff. I mean, these presentations, starting with the student, but just what we're doing as institutions, just really bring to life why we love the CSU, why we get excited, why there's passion behind our service here. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And I just want to connect the dots to something we talked about yesterday and President Nacera spoke to. This is just an example, as you said. It's happening in other campuses. We could have many, many, many more really inspiring examples here. But we need to really figure out how very quickly to collect that and speak to our identity of the CSU, what makes us different? Because I think this is different than what other research than what other folks are doing. What's our identity we talked about? And the excellence associated with that identity. And I just want to underscore that there's an urgency about this, because while we are preparing for what's to come with the feds, and I think everything you're doing is exactly right, the rules of engagement have changed. And so I don't want to be naive in thinking that the way grants were processed and approved and that's going to stand and stay still. We need to be ready to make it really, really, really hard to deny CSU's grant applications. And the way we do it is, again, by making our identity and our excellence really part of the public consciousness. It is now, in a sense, if you will, we need to position ourselves in order to prepare for what's to come. So thank you.
I have a couple more. Trustee Kimball, Trustee Vargas, Chancellor Garcia.
So also, thank you so much for this presentation, Heather. You're amazing, and Dr. Colson, I can just tell it's professors like you that really make the CSU such an incredible place. So I had a question. I think this is such a unsettling time because we don't know what's going to be happening with the new administration, but I think in crisis there's often opportunity, and I know that the Chancellor spoke about philanthropy backfilling our funding if it is cut. And I wonder, though, about industry partnership. Particularly now, we don't know what's happening with the H-1B visas. You know, I think they've just have already been reduced quite a bit. So it would seem that industry is always complaining that they don't have the employees, the new employees coming from the STEM fields, particularly AI and tech, that this is an opportunity to forge partnerships where they're actually ponying up to help produce those workers that they need. And so I wonder if you have, I know there are industry partnerships, but I'm wondering if there's anything, any thought as to having them contribute more financially or with other kinds of support to these kinds of programs.
It's like, who's gonna speak? Heather? I won't. So I'll defer to Tony to talk about in the more tech and AI spaces. But I do know that we are looking very closely at industry partnerships across the board in terms of providing both programmatic support and also, most importantly, support for our students. And the most immediate example I have on hand relates to our MSPA program. We're launching a Master's of Science in Physician Assistant program in the fall. It's going live. We had nearly 2,000 applicants for 40 slots. Which I think speaks to the healthcare gap that we have in California as a whole, and certainly in inland Southern California. But I bring that up to say that there are two examples of industry partnerships that I think are important. Number one, clinical placements are key when you're looking at any healthcare development program, and we have been successful in partnering with some healthcare providers and healthcare consortiums in the Inland Empire and the Coachella Valley as well. In them, you know, this is small, but it's a step. Waiving kind of the other programs, private institutions often pay them for the placements, and we have been successful in working with some of those healthcare providers because of our mission as the CSU, whom we serve, and also some of the limitations that we have on funding. And they're also very interested in a diverse workforce, and we are one of the key suppliers there, that they have waived that kind of expectation that we pay them to allow our students to come there and do their clinical rotation. So that's, I think, a big first step. But the other example is we do have an industry partner who has, and hopefully this stays, but they've offered to fund 5 full scholarships for our MSPA program. That program costs $128,000. It's a very expensive program to operate, and they are funding 5 because of what we have been able to develop on our campus, which I would be remiss if I didn't shout out Senator Roth from California, as well as Pete Aguilar, who helped bring to our campus $18 million to get this program started. But we do have industry partners who are looking to invest in our students through scholarship support and in other ways. So that's just one example where we realize exactly what you're saying, that we do have to move aggressively into that space and really kind of extend the message of the CSU to industry so that they can see what we are doing and be interested in investing. I don't know about the tech area, Tony.
Well, actually, I can offer a kind of a broad comment on this related to employment. The higher the skill level, especially when you get into masters and PhDs, the less production of domestic talent and participation of domestic talent. And then when you actually get to PhDs, the number of PhDs that are going into academia is infinitesimal because the opportunities arise for going somewhere else and doing research within companies. So I think of that, and me being a CSU graduate as well, I always think about how I can boil the ocean and make sure that we are boosting our communities. And so listening to the H-1B arguments and so on, I said, there's got to be another way to make sure that we can grow domestic talent like Heather and get people to levels that they didn't necessarily think of, but also how do you get employers involved? Sometimes you say, well, the best way to get an employer involved is say, can you give us a gift? That's great. But maybe there's another way, and this is where the CSU, I think, could really move forward, is in the area of an old idea, which is apprenticeships. So Cal State San Bernardino is now recognized as an LEA. We are an apprenticeship provider with our community colleges and our high schools. So now we're saying to a company, we would like a different commitment from you. Rather than a large chunk of money, how about we provide you with employees that are on a graduated scale that will become long-term dedicated employees. And since we started that initiative, the Inland Empire Cybersecurity Initiative, endorsed by Governor Newsom, we have broke new ground. It's very difficult, I'm going to tell you, it's very difficult, but we have the highest number of apprenticeship placements in the state of California for cybersecurity. And now we're sharing those best practices. But that's a different way. It's like the conversation that Dr. Rahman said, is we have to look for new opportunities. And one of the new opportunities is not necessarily trying to push for the big game, but what is the long game here? The long game that we have done at Cal State San Bernardino is we've donated 300,000 hours to the community. We've contacted 50,000 youth. We are seeing students, our enrollments grow because we made those investments early on, and now we're saying job placements. You want to be in your community and we want to work with employers. How do we lock them in to a way where we can partner in the education and development of what you need long term? And we're seeing success in that.
Thank you. That was fabulous, actually. This my last day, but the apprenticeship provider, I hadn't really heard of that designation, but I've always thought other countries, Germany particularly, they are very big on apprenticeships, and it's so exciting to hear that you're doing that at San Bernardino. Thank you.
Trustee Vargas?
I have a follow-up question, but before that, Heather, sometimes it's hard to be it if you can't see it, but sometimes I think you are an example of what happens when we have to let people see it, right? And so thank you for sharing your story, and really excited about the future ahead. I'm not sure if it was Dr. Rahman who said this, but can you define the difference between an identity-based grant and a capacity-building grant?
It's broadly defined as, for example, when we get this Hispanic Serving Institution grants that are given to Hispanic serving institutions to build capacity to grow and serve Hispanic students. That's more of a capacity building grant. But the identity-based grants are based more on a group or person's identity. There is a bit of a distinction, that is made at the federal level in how they see the distinction between an institution's capacity building within a Hispanic serving institution or a historically black, HBCU type environment, and versus funding a particular group with a certain identity. So, for example, there are these diversifying the professoriate type of grants, that could sometimes fall within that identity-based grant. So.
Chancellor Garcia.
Heather, I hope you're hearing how very impressed and proud we are of the work you're doing. We want to say congratulations. But in addition to that, you are now a role model for young women like yourself, where they'll be looking up to you to see they can do it, that they got this. So I want to say on behalf of all of us, thank you very, very much. Dr. Colson, I just want to uplift one thing and underscore it. It's the interdisciplinary collaboration that you're doing. We need to do, I know we're doing it, but we need to do it even more across our curriculum. I am an academic, so before anybody says that, I was in the classroom. But I will say that interdisciplinary collaboration brings together the strengths of all disciplines to prepare our students to go out into the world. And I will say thank you for doing that. I would love for you to continue role modeling and sharing your best practices with others. I know it takes time. I know you have to sit down and talk faculty to faculty. I understand. But it is the way that we're really going to prepare our students, and I just want to say thank you.
This work is so important, and so we're just so appreciative. You've heard a lot of energy from the board and a lot of enthusiasm. So thank you to everyone who's helping to make this happen. It's bringing additional funding in that's helping us do more work. It's solving, we saw in the CSU Bakersfield video just this morning, it's helping solve local issues that really matter to local communities, right? It's professors and students working hand in hand to address local issues. We heard from this example, it's solving national interest needs from San Bernardino. The thing I'm probably most excited about in all of this is that it's, when done right, it works for students, right? These are the high impact practices that are helping students get into programs, getting to graduation, getting into great jobs to meet their needs. And we know that more experiential learning, the apprenticeship piece, I just at some point am going to dig in more because I'm like, my goodness, that is such a hard thing to get across the line. But each one of these are high impact practices that are best for students. And so I'm so excited that we're using our research dollars there. As we move forward, I know that 7 of our campuses are currently R2s. I know that the new R1, R2s, and they're adding a 3rd category of RCUs is coming out just in a couple of weeks. I'm most excited to see we shouldn't be chasing R1 status across the board. In fact, I think what we should be chasing more and more of is how are we doing more research that's embedded with our students, because those are the high impact practices that are really moving the needle, right? And some of the universities who are doing the most research are actually doing it furthest away from undergraduate students. So these examples that we read in our packet that we heard about today are the exact kinds of research that are good for our communities, good for our national interest, but most importantly, good for our students. And so deep appreciation, deep thanks. With that, Chair Clark, that is the end of the educational policy.
We do have one hand on Zoom.
Oh, great. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Yes.
I can't see who's on Zoom.
Oh, thank you.
Great.
I'll just jump in, and I really wanted to add my enthusiasm and appreciation to this really exciting work. And since I was most recently with Trustee Melenkar and Trustee Rodriguez at San Bernardino, it was just a highlight of our day meeting Dr. Colson. And I believe, Heather, you popped in. And the reason I wanted to add one thing that I think hasn't been said to all this cross collaboration is I believe if it wasn't you, it was the student who popped in, but I think it was you, and you had just come from a middle school and had been sharing the work. And Dr. Colson, you can correct me if it wasn't this student, but a student came in and talked about how the collaboration between San Bernardino and the local middle schools and high schools. So that is collaboration that not only goes across the CSU, but in exactly the direction we even alluded to today with mental health services, which is preparing a culture of researchers and learners at a much younger age.
Sorry to miss your hand, Leslie, but love that you got that last word in. And with that, Chair Clark, this concludes the business of the Committee on Educational Policy.
Thank you, Chair Rambula. And actually, I apologize to Trustee Gilbert Lurie. It was my fault that I missed your hand, so I apologize for that. We're running a bit ahead of schedule, but I'm going to the upcoming subject matter. The Committee on Finance is one of, in light of circumstances of exceptional interest to the entire CSU community. And so we're going to take a little bit longer break. We're going to take until 10:25. So we're giving 20 minutes for a break. 15. Thank you. I can't see. So that's why I have glasses. 15 minutes for a break rather than 10 minutes. I want to make sure everyone is comfortable, caffeinated, and ready to go. So we'll take 15 minutes. We'll start promptly at 10:25.
Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000.
We're back in session. Trustee Lopez, will you please convene the Committee on Finance?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the meeting of the Committee on Finance please come to order? We have the consent agenda before us. Does any committee member wish to remove an item for a separate discussion? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve all the items on the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
There's a second. Great. I believe we need a roll call.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee Molina-Mancio. Trustee Adamson.
Yes.
Trustee Fagan. Trustee Ghilarducci.
Yes.
Trustee Gilbert-Lori. Trustee McGrory.
Yes.
Trustee Ortiz-Morfett.
Yes.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Trustee Melikar.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
We have one item for discussion, and I took my coat off because I'm going to feel the heat here. No, I mean, it's really hard. I mean, the first part of the morning has been just exciting, invigorating kind of thing, and now we come back to the budget. But bear with me, because I think we're facing some tough times. But we all know what the governor proposed. Deferring the compact, and almost an 8% cut, ongoing cut. Now, I want to acknowledge that by deferring the compact, the governor is signaling a commitment to the CSU and the compact, but the reality is there's just absolutely no guarantee. The odds that we will ever get that money are not good, despite the best intentions. You're going to hear when staff presents that although things were looking up, the state still projected deficits for several years. And now, given the wildfires and the proposals that are being discussed in Washington, even though they may come and be retracted, they're being discussed, could really impact us hard. It could really increase our state deficits by tens of billions of dollars, not for higher ed, but for healthcare and other major sources of funding for the state as a whole. So there's a lot of uncertainty. And Sacramento is acknowledging that. They're even more cautious these days. Just last week, the Department of Finance sent departments a letter saying, hey, we thought things were getting better, but it's going to be really difficult to project what's going to happen. Don't expect things to be much better in May. In fact, you may even plan for further cuts in May, and certainly don't start anything new. That's my quick version of that letter. It's going to be tough for several years, which is why it's so important that this board, the chancellor, the entire CSU community and stakeholders come together for a show of strength, solidarity, to remind Californians what is at stake if the CSU is cut this year. We heard this yesterday from so many people. The CSU is an investment in the state's economic future. It just bears repeating again and again and again. So I'm going to do it again. It is an investment in the state's economic future. It's an engine of social and economic mobility. It's the primary source of its professional and knowledge workforce. I just heard that yesterday. And more specifically to the governor, the master plan for career education won't succeed without the CSU. There's a lot at stake here. We have to continually underscore that even when times are tough, supporting the CSU has to be a priority for the state. Now, I'm not naive. I think you all know that. I'm not a Pollyanna. In some ways, I'm a Cassandra sometimes. It's going to be very tough to change what's on the table. But as the state is making its budget decisions, we need to make sure that Sacramento understands the consequences of these cuts. So I'm going to provide a little context, important context that I think sometimes gets lost before I turn it over to staff. But because I think it also explains why these cuts are hitting us so hard. You all know that 60% of our funding comes from the state. The rest comes from tuition and fees. That 60% that we're getting, roughly, round numbers here, that we're getting now, is the highest percent of state support in a decade. We're at the peak. Just 10 years ago, after the Great Recession, state support was cut below 50%. Okay? And to make that up, we had to raise tuition and fees. And you all remember how drastic that was and the painful years that followed. It was really, really hard. Not only did we shift, the state basically shifted the burden for the CSU to students, but they weren't getting what they were paying for. They couldn't get their classes. It took them longer to graduate. They couldn't get the supports they needed, and it showed in our graduation rates. We were in a really deep hole. I just want us to remember those days, because we've made a lot of progress coming out of that, digging ourselves out of that hole. And while we've made a lot of progress and can be proud of what's been accomplished, We are still today feeling the effects of those cuts made 10 years ago. We remain seriously constrained due to a decade of deferred investments, not just capital outlay, which we talk a lot about, but in our institution, in our faculty, in our staff, in our students. Millie said this earlier really eloquently. I'll just add, we struggle to keep up, to fulfill our mission. Our student body is very different today than it was 10 years ago. It's more Pell students, more first-generation students, many more underserved students reflecting the reality of the California's demographics. We're straining to provide them with the opportunity and supports they need and deserve. And we're doing this at a time when outside forces are coming at us. You know, declining enrollment because the demographics are going down. Fixed costs that are outside our control, that are just going up and have grown substantially. And again, you'll see it when Ryan makes his presentation. This board and the chancellor, and I hope all the CSU community, is committed to confronting these challenges. As we saw this morning, we're willing to take a hard look at what we do and how we do it. To do it differently, to meet today's circumstances, to prepare for the future, make the difficult choices that are necessary to ensure the long-term health and financial sustainability of the CSU. But we can't do it without the state remaining a strong, and I'll underscore, reliable partner through thick and thin. We're doing our part. We know that our revenues, even with state increases and tuition increases, do not cover our costs. That's why for the last couple of years, we have taken serious steps to make our operations more efficient, to address those deficits without compromising our number one priority, and that's our students and their student success. We're feeling the pain just now. We've been feeling the pain. The belt tightening has not been easy at all. You know, Ryan is going to talk about in high level what's been happening. And for those of you that didn't open your email, there's a lot more detail in terms of what's going on, and an attachment that was sent to a letter to the Department of Finance of what those cuts have meant across the system. But those numbers don't speak to the real impact of how this is impacting our students when they can't get the courses they need to graduate on time, what it means to delay, and our faculty, our staff, when positions are held vacant, when responsibilities are redistributed and their workload is increased. You know, there's a real human cost to all of this. And you're going to hear from 3 presidents. They each have a story to tell, but their stories are not unique. We're going to hear from President Cottrell, and we heard gut-wrenching testimony yesterday. But we're going to hear the challenge that Sonoma is facing with a $24 million deficit, and what are the options before us to get Sonoma back on track to make it sustainable in the long run. Other presidents, especially those who also have declining enrollments, are facing the same kind of options. This is not unique to Sonoma. It was just the first one we've heard about. San Francisco, although it's also a declining enrollment campus, it just means that instead of 30,000 students, San Francisco will have 20,000 students. It's still a huge and important university. Well, all of our universities are important. That's what happens. But it's still one of our largest universities. And so that's a different story. I think of San Francisco really as a cautionary tale for the entire CSU. You know, if the demographic trends are real, if the student age population in California as a whole declines 20% or whatever the percent projected is, nobody's going to be immune from the difficult decisions that President Mahoney is facing today. And then we're going to hear from Monterey Bay to give you a snapshot of what most presidents hired during the last 6 years have been facing. They walked in, all of them, into facing deficits due to, as I said, what had been happening before. And then we say to them, you got to absorb these fixed costs, these obligations, these unfunded mandates, this increase in compensations, and you still have all the deferred maintenance that needs to be addressed. So they're trying to close the gap they inherited, and we even pile on, if you will. And that's what's happened in the last 2 years. And you're going to hear how Monterey Bay has been addressing that. So these are individual stories, but I just want the board and everybody listening. Sonoma was just the first that's made the headlines. You're going to hear a lot more of these stories across the state if we get into the situation with this budget cut. If the budget or something worse is where we land, then the consequences are going to be very dire. Simply put, and I want to stress this, there are no easy reductions left. The campuses have been taking them all on already. We're gotten to the point where we're cutting into the muscle and bone of the CSU. And I just want to underscore one final point in all of this. This is happening. These deficits have been happening. And the pain that we're experiencing right now, not prospectively, this is happening right now, is happening despite the fact that we've actually gotten increases from the state. So in closing, before I turn it over to staff, the consequences of any cuts are not limited to next year's. You know, if the budget goes through and we have to make the kind of cuts that all of you are looking at what the consequences are, they're not a year or two. We've learned over the last 10 years that the kind of deep cuts that are going to happen really have consequences that affect our students, our faculty, our staff, our community, our ability to deliver on our mission. And they're very difficult to reverse. It can take another decades before we recover. So with that cheery note, I'm going to ask Steve and Ryan to lead us through the situation here.
Thank you, Trustee Lopez. While it's not a cheery note, it is what you provided was an excellent context for what we're going to be talking about. In fact, it's so good, I'm kind of wondering if I should just close my remarks and ask for questions and close the presentation. But I won't do that. I'll go ahead and proceed with the presentation. In terms of how we're going to organize these comments, it's on the screen. We're going to first provide some information on the latest developments with the state budget proposal and its impact on the university's plans for 25-26. Second, we're going to discuss the state of the CSU budget, and we'll cover both system-wide information and also from our three presidents that Trustee Lopez mentioned. They're going to provide additional detail about campus actions and the impacts on our students, faculty, and staff. And then finally, we'll share examples of the extraordinary value that the CSU has for our students in the state of California and why it is so important, as Trustee Lopez has outlined, that the state not reduce its funding and continue to invest in this university that is so important to its economic future. We'll end the presentation with some discussion of next steps, talk a little bit about advocacy for funding restoration, and the importance, again, of the state continuing to invest in this institution. So with that, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Ryan Storm. Ryan.
Thank you, Steve. So this section focuses on the state budget proposal and the effect those proposals would have on the university. So we'll begin here with this 25-26 budget timeline. Please note the timeline started in July of 2024 with the CSU milestones in red, and the state's process, which began this new year, and in gray. The arrow indicates our point in time, the very beginning of the state's process, with the governor's budget proposal for 25-26. In the yellow oval is a summary of the many CSU engagements with state elected leaders and their key staff that occurred after the trustees adopted the final CSU budget plan in September. We are very engaged in this advocacy work already. There were 22 significant meetings or discussions that have occurred. A specific example includes a meeting in November where Chair Clark, Trustee Lopez, Trustee Brar, Vice Chancellor Sachs, AVC Dietrich, Director of Budget Advocacy Cheryl Ida, Steve, and myself, we all met with the Director of Finance and his team in Sacramento. We also had an additional 45 engagements. One example was the Chancellor's Office and campus staff meeting with the Legislative Analyst's Office, focused on graduation initiative and the potential impacts to student success if a budget cut were to occur. The Chancellor led 15 of these 67 engagements. There have also been countless texts, calls, conversations over the past several months on the state of the CSU's budget and the consequences if our budget is cut or if there are no additional investments in our priorities. So earlier this month, just to recap again quickly, the 25-26 governor's budget proposal was announced. Overall, the proposal includes higher than expected state revenue, significant, though, state cost increases, and a significant use of the rainy day reserves to balance the state's plan for the year. The State Department of Finance forecasted operational deficits all the way through 28-29. And this indicates the state is struggling with balancing program costs and tax revenues over the long term. Consequently, the budget proposal for the CSU is not good news. The governor's administration will continue to monitor CSU's actions toward meeting the compact goals. Also, the budget proposal includes a deferral of compact funding. Specifically, the 25-26 compact funding of $252 million would be deferred all the way to the 27-28 fiscal year, with two one-time payments of $252 million each, planned in 26-27 as well as in 27-28. And consistent with signals last summer, the governor's budget proposal included a nearly 8% cut to the CSU's state general fund appropriation. This would be a $375 million ongoing reduction to our state support. The budget proposal did not include any mention of ongoing funding for 26-27, which is to be the fifth and final year of the original compact. We strongly disagree with the governor's budget proposals for the CSU. Cannot be stressed enough there. This is because of the dual expectation to cut costs and to increase spending exposes the CSU to significant fiscal risks. And if deferral payments don't materialize in the future, there would be additional rounds of cuts that would be destabilizing to the university and would harm existing students, faculty, and staff, and ultimately would reduce the overall size of the system. It would limit access and impact the ability of California to achieve its vision of inclusive economic growth. As Trustee Lopez highlighted at the top, the Department of Finance has issued additional bleak news about the budget for the May revision. The increased risks from policy changes at that federal level, that will also impact our state finances, coupled with the wildfires in Los Angeles. That could result in a bleaker budget forecast when we get to May. So as you can see on the next slide, the state budget already forecasted its multi-budget deficits. And you can see here, the state's projected structural deficits range from $4 billion to as high as $19 billion. This is before any additional federal actions that could exacerbate the size of these deficits. And this is important because at the moment, it appears the state cannot afford the two one-time deferral payments, nor resume ongoing compact funding in 27-28 without major additional reductions or state increases not currently contemplated in the budget proposal. Therefore, the governor's proposal would set the CSU on a precarious and unsustainable path and will threaten progress we have made in improving student outcomes and being the #1 university system for social mobility. So next, we'll talk more about why this nearly 8% reduction will force difficult decisions at the CSU and cannot be considered just an efficiency reduction. To understand the current state of CSU's budget and how the proposed reduction will impact the system, we must have a better understanding of the overall cost structure of the CSU. So let's begin with a high-level view of what has happened with our budget. Beginning in 2022, the governor's administration committed to providing annual 5% state funding increases for 5 years through the compact. In September of 2023, the CSU adopted a multi-year plan to adjust tuition starting in 24-25. The compact and tuition increase set in motion sustainable increases to our revenues. This provided the CSU the very important opportunity to invest in our faculty and staff, anticipating reasonable increases in our fixed costs. The new compact funding and tuition revenue had us on track for manageable budget gaps, and our campuses have been working to make targeted reductions that align expenditures with revenues over the past 2 years. However, those best-laid plans have been shaken. The CSU has faced 2 consecutive years where fixed costs increased significantly more than historical trends, eating into those expected revenues. The most extreme example is employee health care costs. For the same level of health care, CSU costs grew by $129 million over 2 years. Even more scheduled for next year, another $60 million on top of that. So many of the fixed costs are impossible for the CSU to adjust in the short term, like health care, insurance premiums, and utility costs, forcing difficult choices at each university to right-size their expenditures. This problem is exacerbated for universities that have also declining enrollment. So in addition to reductions, which I'll outline on the next slide, the campuses have also relied on reserves to help balance the budget. This is not unlike the state's reliance on the rainy day fund this year and the budget year. In 23-24, the 23 universities used $266 million of their one-time funding to, in part, help narrow their budget gaps. This has depleted reserves at the start of 24-25 to $777 million. I don't know if that's a lucky number, but it's $777 million for the entire system. So this is equivalent to only 33 days of operations for the entire CSU system. We expect these reserves to be fully depleted before the budget year begins in July, making it that much more difficult for the universities to manage the $375 million reduction anticipated in the budget year. Another key strategy in helping balance our budget is permanent cost reductions, and the next several slides will provide details on what has occurred. So the universities have been making cuts over the last few years to put the CSU on a more sustainable path. However, long-term demographic trends in school-age populations that have resulted in declining and flattening enrollment at several of our campuses has worsened the budget gaps for many of our universities. While administrative cuts have been prioritized, students have not been immune from these reductions. As you can see from this chart, course offerings have already been reduced despite increased enrollment at the CSU. The decline in course offerings is represented by the black line, and the increase in enrollment is in red. This results in increased class sizes, which can impact student success, especially in student populations that need additional support. More careful review of the data showed that these cuts are larger at some universities, and 1,430 course sections were eliminated in just 1 year by 7 universities between fall 23 and fall 24. This is equivalent to 35,000 student seats, making it more difficult for students to enroll in the classes they need to graduate, which would extend graduation timelines and increase overall educational costs for students and families. Also, per the recommendation of the 23 universities, 136 programs were suspended or discontinued by the trustees in 2024. And we will hear more about these from our presidents in a moment. Now we segue to how current budget reductions, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong slide. So here, we got a new slide up for you. We're going to segue to current budget reductions and how they're already affecting the employees who educate, mentor, and serve our students. So given that employee compensation accounts for about 75% of our operating costs, the substantial budget gaps of the past 2 years have inevitably resulted in university staff reductions. Our total workforce decreased by 823 positions between fall 23 and fall 24, though this change varied significantly by university. Again, a more detailed assessment of the data shows that 17 universities reduced their workforce by 1,208 positions, while 6 universities added 384 positions. And here we provide you even more specific information on types of employee reductions to date. These reductions are impacting our students, as 13 universities decreased student support employees by 7.3%. These employees help our students navigate critical supports like financial aid, mental health, and academic counseling. Campuses are also reducing teaching associate and graduate assistant positions and not retaining part-time faculty and lecturers. A loss of those positions threatens student success. And on the administrative side, 44 management employees in good standing were not retained for fiscal reasons. Next, we will hear from 2 of our 3 university presidents on their experiences addressing past and current budget gaps and their preliminary thoughts if the state were to follow through with the budget cut in 25-26. We will begin with President Mahoney of San Francisco State, followed by Interim President Gutierrez of Sonoma State.
Thank you, Ryan, and thank you, trustees, for providing me an opportunity to share what both San Francisco State has been doing to significantly reduce costs over the last few years, its impact on our students and community, and of course the impact of a 7.95% cut. We've been very actively engaged in cost reductions for the last 3 to 4 years. Our efforts have included things we've heard before from other presidents, and you'll hear today. We've had an ongoing hiring chill. We never lifted that after the pandemic. Reductions in employee positions across all classifications. A dramatic reduction in lecturer faculty. Reduced course offerings. And last year we implemented a voluntary separation program for employees. And our efforts are showing results. Between 2023 and 2024, in 1 year, we reduced full-time equivalent employee positions by 7%. Since 2019, we have reduced them by almost 15%. That means we have eliminated 180 full-time equivalent positions in the last 5 years. Since 2022, the last 2 years, we have reduced the number of sections we've offered by 19%. 19%. I eliminated a vice presidential cabinet area and redistributed the work to other units and vice presidents. But the cost of the reductions is mounting. We are deferring much needed capital and facilities work. And this past fall, I declared a financial emergency on campus to trigger a Senate policy that empowers an institutional review committee, a faculty-driven, includes faculty and staff, but faculty-driven institutional review committee to review our academic programs for sustainability and make recommendations about program discontinuance. Our vice presidents and my colleagues have worked so hard at this. The vice presidents reduced their budgets for this year by $17 million. The university's voluntary separation program reduced the university budget by another $9.7 million, resulting in a total reduction of $26.7 million. We initially intended to allow 20% of those positions to be filled. We changed that number to 0. We did not allow any of them to be filled. But unfunded increases, that Ryan so articulately described have eaten away at our ability to reduce our costs and have effectively increased the budget reductions we're taking. To just give this year as an example, the university was forced to absorb $8 million in unfunded compensation increases. In effect, adding that $8 million as an additional cut to the $26.7 million we had already taken. So our cut for this year became $34.7 million in 1 year. While I'm grateful to my colleagues who are desperately trying to manage these reductions and maintain their commitments to students, this is becoming increasingly difficult and will become catastrophic should we sustain a 7.95% state reduction. We are looking, remember the 34 million from last year, we are looking at a cut of as much as $45 million for next year. This cannot be done without negative consequences for our students and employees. The greatest cost has been to our lecturer faculty, many of whom are proud products of the CSU, who have worked for San Francisco State for many decades. The pain they are experiencing as they lose employment and find their relationship with San Francisco State and the CSU broken is deep. And our students are keenly aware of this. I hear from them regularly, and I want to conclude with their words describing the impact that state budget cuts are having on their educational experiences. Angelina, a San Francisco State alumna, wrote me that, quote, Professor X really saw his students and hoped the best for our future. He did more than teach English. He built his students up and valued their opinions even if he didn't agree. He taught me to think outside of the norm. He is exactly the professor students today need supporting them. I was also sent student evaluations for a humanities lecturer faculty who lost his position. Professor X is honestly the kindest and warmest I have taken a class with. He is very passionate and understanding. The course is exciting and important. A great teacher. He enjoys teaching kids about the content and fostering great discussions of various differing perspectives. I'm sad to hear he is being let go because of all the courses being cut. Professor X deserves his job here at San Francisco State and should not be let go. Shame on San Francisco State for cutting this course. And finally, I'll conclude with Haley, a current San Francisco State student, who summarizes well what is ultimately at stake. Cutting jobs may provide a temporary financial fix, but it risks undermining the very foundation of the university's mission to provide high-quality education. Our students always say it the best. With that, I'll turn this over to President Couture.
Thank you, President Mahoney, and thank you, trustees, for giving me this opportunity. Yesterday, we heard all of the heartfelt, truly heartfelt and moving testimony, and I think Trustee Lopez said it well, gut-wrenching testimony from students, alumni, faculty about the cuts that are occurring at Sonoma State. And I welcome the opportunity to let you know how declining enrollments and rising costs, what those numbers are, but also about the very real impact these measures that we are taking have on our university community, our faculty, our staff, and our students. Just a little background, since its peak in 2015, Sonoma State's enrollment has declined 38%, from a high of 9,100 students to around 5,800 today. We've attributed the decline to things we don't really have any control over, like the so-called demographic cliff, but also to the devastating fires in Sonoma and Napa in 2017, 2018, 19, and to COVID. We've all suffered from those in similar situations. But as we've analyzed, and I think this is important, we've also identified issues that we control. There are procedures in place, or were procedures in place, that date to the time Sonoma State was impacted and were put in place to keep students from enrolling.
we're have gotten rid of those. There was very little real recruitment and marketing. We're changing that. But we also did not have and do not have the mix of programs that today's students demand. As I said, we're in the process of correcting these. Some have been corrected. There's a lot more work to do. As we look at the first slides, I want to reassure you that Sonoma State has been looking into this for years. So may I have the first slide? We've used different methodologies, many of them which President Mahoney alluded to at San Francisco State. For 4 out of the last 5 years, we have had major reductions. 1 year, it was across-the-board cuts of 12%. Another year, we looked at across-the-board cuts as well as initiating an early exit program. The next year, there was a voluntary separation incentive program, and all the positions that were vacant were held centrally. They were in a chill. They're now frozen. There was also a decrease in our instructional pool related to reduced enrollment. This year, the year we're in right now, academic affairs reorganized, took 5 schools led by deans, moved them into 3 colleges led by deans. So we reduced the academic overhead in that way, while we were also, as we went to these new colleges, looking forward to more interdisciplinary program that the new arrangement would bring. There was an additional reduction to the instructional pool, and as the next slide will show you, this is a reduction overview from 2020 through 2025. Instruction took the biggest hit. Staff positions, we reduced by 7,070 staff members. Almost all of that was either because of attrition or because of voluntary separation. The same is true for the tenure track positions, voluntary separation. Management was through attrition and non-renewal. When you add in what we have done this year, completed this year, and are looking forward to next year, we will have eliminated about 25% of our management positions, about 10% of our faculty, and an even larger percentage of our staff. One of the things that people notice when they come to campus is that the lawns don't seem to be mowed like they used to be, that there is a lot of trash and garbage around. One of the things that we've done is to try and make that seem a little bit better by calling it the grounds going back to nature. But there are a lot of people who don't buy that. They know how much we have cut our staff that does the work that makes the university so beautiful. This, over those 5 years, added up to $26.3 million. We are planning for next year, and we'll see the next slide. In October, I met with our campus community. More than 500 people showed up for a town hall that I introduced by saying, I have some things that are very painful to say and are even more painful for you to hear. And that is that we are facing, for the next fiscal year, the next academic year, a $24 million deficit. Some of it's continuing from previous years, $7.4 million, but the rest is what all of us are facing at our universities. The 7.95% reduction from the state. We're looking at increased cost and the enrollment reallocation from, because we are low enrolled, moving funds over to the high enrolled universities that need those funds so badly. All told, $24 million. And we set up a process and procedures so that people could provide input after we told them that everything would have to be on the table this year. It took us from October until January, and by us, I mean in this case, the cabinet, to work through all the ideas we received. And we were guided by a set of values, a set of principles, and I'm sorry I don't have that, really sorry I don't have that slide up here. I have the picture if anybody wants to see it, and at the very top was students come first. Second was, we are a community of human beings and we need to take that into account. There are others below that, but those were the two most important things, and every time we came up with an idea, we tested it against our principles. We were strategic, no across-the-board cuts. But ultimately, every single division, every employment category on our campus is going to be cut for next year in order for us to close that $24 million deficit, because we can't kick the can down the road. We see what's happening to that can as you kick it down the road. I'm from Texas, I'm sorry, mixed metaphor, it becomes a tumbleweed. And you know what happens to tumbleweeds? As they go down the road, they get bigger and bigger and bigger. We could not let it go on. So, we tried to think strategically. We looked at our values and we were informed by data. But as hard as we tried, we could not avoid impact on at least some of our 5,800 students, and that's the next slide. As you see on this slide, this isn't the total cut, but these are the two cuts that have the greatest impacts on our students. One is the elimination of some 23 degree programs from undergraduate to graduate. 302 students are currently in those programs to be eliminated. 132 of them will have a teach-out plan. 56 of them will either need a new major or we will help them to find another institution, first of all in the CSU, where they can get the major they really want. We're working with our advisors on those teach-out plans and on helping students to transfer. It also means when we eliminate the programs, we are eliminating the positions of tenure-track faculty. And I want to say positions because those are very real people who have given their lives to Sonoma State year after year and have done wonderful things with students, as you heard yesterday from the students who talked about the academic programs. So 27 tenure-track faculty, 19 full-time lecturers, many of whom have been with Sonoma State for more than 20 years. And there will potentially be 60 part-time lecturers with no work. Probably, as we found out, the most controversial part of what we're doing is the elimination of NCAA Division II intercollegiate athletics. We have 11 teams with a roster that ranges from about 195 to 235 students annually, and 36 coaches and staff. They are all, as you heard, brokenhearted about the elimination of athletics. The alums from athletics are brokenhearted about it. But we've looked at the numbers, and what we've found is something that is not sustainable for us, and that is that each of those 195 to 235 students receive an extra $20,000 annually to participate in sports. They don't receive it directly. We spend an extra $20,000 for each of those students, and we can't afford that. So what are we doing for our athletes? We have committed to continuing their scholarships, whether they won't be playing sports, but they can continue their scholarships. We are also working with NCAA and the commissioner for our conference to get the athletes onto other teams in our conference so that they can continue with their sports. So each of these actions, they're in conflict with our values to help students first. But in this case, we're looking at the vast majority of students that we have across the campus and being able to continue to serve them well, being able to continue what we've done throughout all of these cuts, and that is to be the institution, the university, with the third highest graduation rate in the four-year graduation rate in the system, behind SLO and behind SDSU, and the third highest rate of transfer students, 2 years, graduates across the system, again behind SLO and SDSU. We are wholly and completely committed to doing everything we can to maintain that. Right now, my goal and the goal of our leadership team is to empathize, to support those who are grieving. And there are many people beyond those who are being laid off who are grieving. You heard some of them, but colleagues are losing colleagues, friends are losing friends on campus, students will be going away. But moving forward, I have to say, we intend to see this as a reset for Sonoma State. We strongly believe that the changes we are making are needed, not only to close the deficit, which is absolutely essential, but also to reorient the university. These changes will help us ensure long-term fiscal stability. That's important, but it will also help us meet the changing needs of future generations of students, align with the CSU's career-focused mission of producing graduates ready to contribute to California's economy, culture, and schools, and continue to be a major force for economic, environmental, and social progress in the North Bay. That is our plan, that's our dedication, that's what we will do. So now, back to Ryan.
Thank you, Presidents Mahoney and Cottrera. Appreciate your comments. Just before our presidents shared their experiences, I was explaining the circumstances surrounding our past and current fiscal years. Now we'll turn to that budget year. This slide shows a summarized view of our 25-26 operating budget request with the governor's budget proposal layered into it. Here is the overall takeaway. Despite the increased tuition revenue from the rate increase, we could only cover baseline commitments, our fixed costs, and it still results in a $375 million ongoing budget gap. This would require a reprioritization of dollars away from the classroom and student services. And let me be more specific here. So on revenue, the governor's administration proposed a $375 million reduction, and we anticipate a $164 million revenue increase because of that tuition rate increase. On the cost side, our baseline commitments or fixed costs coincidentally total $164 million, not by design, but coincidentally. These costs, though, are unavoidable, and the university will realize these new costs regardless. Some examples are healthcare, insurance, and utilities, like I mentioned before. So under this budget cut scenario, we could not invest more in our essential priorities. Let's be very clear here. There would be zero new funding for compensation increases or additional new spending on Title IX and NAGPRA compliance. There would be no new funding for mental health services for our students or facility improvements. Zero new funding to build on the successes of the graduation initiative, and no new funding to prepare our universities and students in critical areas like artificial intelligence. Those many essential priorities would not go forward, and the universities and the chancellor's office would have to make additional cuts in 25-26 because of the $375 million budget gap. Before we move on, it is important to provide context on the size of this gap. So for example, $375 million is equivalent to the entire operating budget for Fresno State that serves between 23 and 24,000 students. Or you can look at it this way. It's equivalent to 2,400 full-time faculty, which is nearly 1/5 of current full-time faculty. And another way to slice this really terrible number is that this impacts 19,800 courses, potentially affecting 455,000 student seats. So next, we will hear from our third president, President Quinones of Monterey Bay, about her experience addressing past and current budget gaps and her preliminary thoughts if the state were to follow through with the budget cut in 25-26.
Buenos días, creo. Buenos días. Thank you for the opportunity to share my experience over the past 3 years at Cal State Monterey Bay. As Trustee Lopez said, my experience, although a little bit different, is the same as all my 23 colleagues. 8% proposed cut is creating additional hardship to each of the members of our community, and these directly affect our students. In just 2 academic years, we have implemented at CSUMB a $23 million budget cut to achieve a balanced budget. And that is approximately 16% of the total state allocation. And now with the projected 8%, the reduction will be 1/4 of my whole budget, equivalent to another 23% in 24 months. We have implemented the same series of cuts and initiatives that have been presented here. As Chancellor Garcia said yesterday, cuts have consequences. These reductions have directly affected both students' academic experiences and their financial well-being. Consequences that directly and significantly negatively impact each of our students, and more important, their future and their families. I'm going to give you some examples of what 16% cut in 18 months means. The most significant impact in our ability to continue to improve student graduation and retention. Indeed, in only 1 semester after a massive cut, we have already seen reduction on our retention rates, equivalent to 4%. And in fact, we are one of the few institutions that have successfully achieved GI 2025 all their goals. But we are witnessing a reversal within 6 months. As a consequence of this reversal, there will be delays on our students' graduation and directly will affect their student future and their the ability to go forward financially. One example, for instance, is that we eliminated substantial student assistant positions. Our data show that 70% of our transfer students work. And so not providing on-campus job provide a less flexible job because external employers cannot accommodate balancing their work and studies. As we made our cuts, we took challenging steps of aligning the budget to the physical reality by reducing our overhead cut. But we also invested on academic affairs and enrollment management. Thus, the budget cuts were not evenly distributed to all the divisions. As a result, today CSUMB administration and finances face a more severe cut, putting additional strain on all the services, as Emily said, cutting grass and moving things around and picking up garbage, and also putting more strain on our fragile physical infrastructure. Today, after such a severe cut, we're operating in a bare minimum. Many departments have cut staff, causing slower responses to time and also highlighting the reality that we have fewer services for our community. So this less is less situation is impacting how we respond to our older community. I want to emphasize what I have learned in 18 months, 2 years. My grandmother, mi abuelita, always says sayings, so I'm just gonna go by sayings. Hispanic people here understand that, but the first one is, the art of making bonsai is to cut carefully. Shaping too fast, the plant will turn into a shadow of its former self. Financial crisis cannot be overcome solely by cuts. Investment is essential to emerge stronger. And while we have made all of these reductions, we have also focused on strategic investment, as I said before, that will support the enrollment growth of CSUMB. We have also started expanding selected programs, increased marketing, and building robust enrollment management infrastructure. However, the current proposed 8% cut would jeopardize what we have done to stabilize the future of our university. The second thing I want to say is that you cannot complete an Ironman competition and run a triathlon the next day. Year after years of budget cuts weaken the institution's ability to recover. And with resources really stretched thin, the university is operating at a minimal capacity right now. So we are refocusing, as I said before, to provide the services with fewer staff. We cannot bounce back. Our university is still grappling with the consequences of these two cuts that we did consecutively. Working to find ways to maintain essential services for students with limited resources is not and has not been easy. So within little time to realign the processes, here we are, less than a year, to find another 8% cut. As we continue to reorganize our previously cuts, we don't have time to evaluate what is working. We don't know how to re-centralize. That needs time, that needs data. And so this implemented 8% cut reduction will really affect the stability of the university. And my grandmother used to say, planting a bigger garden, although exciting, it becomes with more watering and taking care. And so each student comes with a minimum support of expenditures that is needed to guarantee retention and graduation time. That includes counseling, advising, residential support, academic support. Those constant reductions and reallocation of funds supporting student service directly impact the retention and graduation rate, as I just mentioned before. In 2024-25 academic year, we did surpass our enrollment projections by 15%, leading to a situation that we already cut it and we had to rapidly add money to support the students. This influx of students came with a lot of necessities. Some of them were to add last-minute courses that were cut before. And other ones are long-term investment of student housing and campus dining to accommodate the growth. However, this additional cost is being constrained by the 8% cut, making it even more challenging to maintain and manage the sustained growth that we're looking forward. I want to end by saying that although Cal State Monterey Bay has successfully addressed financial challenges and increased enrollment, let me end by reemphasizing that constant budget cuts has the potential to cripple our institution by diminishing the ability to support effectively the needs of all our students. Seeing softer numbers in student retention, we are concerned that there will be further cuts on our resources, and that will continue to be a spiral of retention effects. Essential services will suffer, staff workloads will increase, and the capacity to innovate and growth is done. The projected 8% cut could put my institution in risk to deliver the high quality education and support that the students deserve. So over time, the most important consequence of ongoing erosion of resources is that gradually our core mission will be weakened. Serving as a driven force for our student future, supporting the social economic mobility of our students, and contributing to the workforce development of our region. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. So much of what we've covered so far is difficult news. Now I'll turn our discussion to highlight how, despite past and current challenges, the CSU is an institution that has persevered and provides exceptional value to its students, alumni, and California through remarkable examples of impact. The CSU has been on a multi-year journey to improve student outcomes and has initiated unprecedented efforts to support student academic achievement and basic needs. The CSU has seen steady improvement in graduation rates, and many of its universities have been ranked nationally in improving social mobility. In addition to CSU-led efforts to improve student success, the CSU also entered a 5-year compact with the governor in 2022 to support workforce preparedness and high-demand career pipelines, among many other aspirational goals. This progress to date is in jeopardy if the proposed budget cut is enacted. The CSU is a critical investment for the state's future success. The CSU is California's workforce. We educate 127,000 career-ready graduates for the workforce every year, with 80% of students continuing to live and work within a 50-mile radius of their alma mater. In fact, 1 in 10 California employees is a CSU graduate. Also, 1 in 20 Americans who earned a baccalaureate degree earned it at a CSU. The budget cut likely would hamper our ability to continue to provide California's workplaces with as many skilled alumni as we do today. Then we have independent rankings that have recently named the CSU the #1 higher education system for social mobility, with 7 of the top 10 universities in the country being from the CSU. Take it one step further, 12 of the top 25 universities are from the CSU. With so much success in this area, is the state willing to undermine this success with the proposed budget cut? And last but not least, the CSU is not a state expense. It is an investment in California's future. The CSU is our economy's greatest competitive advantage, and at a scale only the CSU can provide. The CSU is best positioned to uniquely serve every one of its diverse economic regions. And Steve will conclude the presentation with our next steps.
Thank you, Ryan, and I particularly want to thank our 3 presidents for their courageous and thoughtful leadership under very difficult circumstances. On this slide, we have just an outline of what we're going to just finish up with, and that is our next steps. We're going to, as Ryan indicated, strongly advocate against cuts and for the compact funding to be reinstated for 25-26 with the hope of influencing gubernatorial and legislative decisions in May and June of this year. We'll continue to aggressively pursue cost reduction strategies to ensure long-term financial stability for all of our universities. And as you'll hear in the capital funding presentation, which will be later today, we'll work to secure consistent sources of funding to address some of our most critical capital renewal needs. Finally, we must remain, as our presidents have indicated, focused on the more than 450,000 students that we serve. And we will continue to focus on delivering the CSU educational experience that is key to California's economic future. With that, Trustee Lopez, that concludes our presentation. Our 3 presidents, Ryan and I, are happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the 3 presidents for their really compelling stories, and then just underscore that you are there representing the rest of your colleagues. because your story, as one of you said, is their story as well. So my thanks to every president for all the work that they're now doing and everything that they're now facing. So with that, I'm going to turn to Chair Clark, and then we will open it for comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few things. One, I want to apologize to my colleagues. In preparing for this presentation, we had thought that we would be able to do it in much less time. I assure you that the Office of the Chancellor worked hard, and I really, and this is on me, I really underestimated the amount of time it would take to give this presentation. This is a matter of critical importance, and I have talked during the break with several of you, and in General Counsel I did not talk to a quorum, but I talked with several trustees who had various questions, even in light of the very moving comments that were made in public comment yesterday. Some of my colleagues raised the issue, well, what about shared governance? During the break, I keep the Academic Senate of the California State University tenets of tenets of shared governance in my backpack, and I was looking at them. I would encourage you, as you approach questioning in this, we're not going to cut this off. I'll try and make up time later on. But I would encourage you to focus really on the macro aspects of what we're doing here. The issues of shared governance, I think we could even do an entire presentation perhaps at our next meeting in terms of that, because the ripple effects of what's happening here are going to go throughout the system. So I'd encourage you to stay at a very high level of questioning, not to try to go in. For example, we have the interim president of SSU here. We heard a great deal of concern from the community there. I would encourage us all to try and stay at a high level here, and we'll continue to get information about these issues in future meetings. But again, my sincere apologies to you. This was my error in terms of scheduling this presentation.
Thanks, Chair Clark. I just want to add, I would appreciate it if we focus, this is the Finance Committee, and that we really focus on the budget and the budget impacts. And that's what we were trying to get across here. You know, in the past, it's been like, well, we don't really understand, you know, those are high numbers. We really want to get a better sense of what it means. And this is what we've tried to do through 3 presentations, give you a sense of what's happening across the system with additional information that's being mailed out, and we'll continue to do that. So I hope we focus on the budget issues at hand. And obviously, it's a very complex process. And as Chair Clark said, we will try to unpack that and provide the opportunity, I suspect, the Chair and the Chancellor, to talk about all those other kinds of issues that are inevitable when you're going through this particular situation we're facing. Let me now open it for questions or comments. I know Trustee McGrory wants to speak, so I'll start with him. Trustee McGrory?
And you also
I'm here. Can you hear me?
You also have Trustee Gilbert-Lurie.
You know, it's one thing to sit here in these meetings over the past few years and to be out in the campuses talking to the presidents and their cabinets in very esoteric discussions about budget cuts. We made some tough decisions as a board. You can imagine the hole we'd be in if we hadn't approved the 5-year package of 6% tuition increases annually. So we made some tough decisions here to try to keep the system as healthy as it could be. But look at the damage we've already experienced and had to impose in the system. We've cut 1,000 positions, 136 majors. That's a lot of majors for a lot of students. 1,430 courses, 7% of the student support staff. That's before we tackle a $375 million budget cut that the legislature is proposing for next year. The legislature wants us to pay for wages, fair wages, increase enrollment, and meet the graduation initiative objectives. And yet we face a massive cut in funding from Sacramento. All the easy budget cut decisions have been made. From here on out, it's the bones, as Trustee Lopez said. The meat is gone. We're talking about major surgery here. The CSU has been the economic engine of the state and, to a certain extent, the nation, and the social mobility engine. You've heard the statistics that Ryan mentioned about where we stand in social mobility across the country. We lead the charge. And yet we're facing these cuts, which are going to have an incredibly detrimental effect on the entire system. The math just doesn't work. I'm not sure what calculators the legislature is using, but you cannot set all these incredible objectives to keep the system moving and keep it healthy, and then keep on imposing cuts to us. We've relied on the state legislature and the governor's office on certain commitments they made, like the compact. At one meeting in the spring 2 years ago, a representative from the governor's office showed up and said, you can rely on the compact for next year. 1 month later, the compact was gone. It was deferred a year. And now it's been two compact years, had been deferred 2 years. Somebody in public comment said, well, just finance your way through a bridge to get to the compact. That would be the most fiscally irresponsible thing we could possibly do. What we're doing is facing up to the reality of these amazing cuts. When you look at it, as Ryan said, $375 million next year, that's 20% of our faculty. Can you imagine cutting 20% of our faculty, the equivalent? I'm not sure what they're thinking up there, but we need to impose some kind of more rational thought process in Sacramento. You can't have us be the economic engine of the state and destroy the system at the same time with these budget cuts. Somebody needs to look at the priorities and say, yeah, CSU is a priority. It's the economic engine. It's the social mobility engine, and quit playing these games with our budget. I'll say one editorial comment, and I just will say, Sonoma State is the first university that has put all of their cuts on the line, and it's just the tip of the iceberg. They broke the ice. And now we're seeing, as President Mahoney has done and President Canones have already experienced, they've been gradually doing this along the way. And I know Sonoma State has gradually done it along the way. But when you see the reality of what these cuts look like to a university and what it's going to look like across the system, it's not something that we can take lightly. And we shouldn't go lightly into the night on this. This is going to be a battle. And we're going to have to be up there and fighting. And if the assembly members and senators don't think that these cuts are coming and their districts have a dose of reality here, look at Sonoma State. Even the healthy universities are going to experience draconian cuts that are going to significantly impact the quality of education. And I'll say one last thing, as a two-sport Division I athlete, I hope we just don't cut all of our athletic programs. You know, the role of a student athlete in the system across the country is really, really important too. And I'm just hoping that we keep that in mind as we make these cuts. I know Sonoma State had to do what they had to do, but it's a really tough thing to swallow for a lot of us.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Trustee Gilbert Lurie, who's also online, and then I have Trustee Yee Melikar, Trustee Wong, Trustee Fagan, and Trustee Guajardo. Just basically going around.
Thank you. And I completely support Trustee McGrory's comments. I'll try to edit mine to not repeat, but I do have to start too with the fact that we are the #1 university in social mobility. And are we really willing to put that at risk? Is the state really willing to put that at risk? I think that when we listen to our presidents today and listening to the chancellor, our presidents are rock stars. They have been thoughtful, they have been as creative as possible, but we're asking them to perform miracles. Excuse me. Even where we are attracting more students, like Cal State Monterey Bay, the fact that that President Quinones is saying we cannot support our mission, even where she has raised the level of student enrollment. It is just magical thinking to think that our universities are going to be okay cutting them limb by limb. And I have to point out, on top of all of that, our students already are underfunded by the state compared to the way the state funds the University of California students. And so to cut our budget again equally is one more stab at equity in a state by a legislature and a governor who prides themselves on equity. So I think we need different thinking on how to get to, we all acknowledge we're all a part of the state. We know we have budget struggles, budget issues. We want to work and be part of a team that addresses this. But the benefit of being a system is, I think, we see where this is going, and none of us want to be sitting here while we lop off limb by limb. First, the athletics programs. What comes next? Is it our liberal arts programs? I mean, we need to represent to stay with what our values are. And in terms of outstanding quality of education and student outcomes, we need to know what that stands for and have a minimum of what it means to exist. So I would ask that from a system-wide level, we take a look at what are the economies, what are the possible ways we can merge and combine. And I would ask the state to do the same thing. We have two university systems. We have a UC, we have a CSU. Maybe there are more creative ways to think about this pie so that everybody wins, rather than taking away resources and resources that are going to success that are really going to the first in their families to go to college. The most economically challenged in their state are going to bear the brunt of this unless we think about this challenge differently. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Malakar?
Thank you so much, Trustee Lopez. These are difficult times, and this information item was difficult to hear, but we had to hear it. And I think that the presenters, thank you to EVC Rallier, AVC Storm, and the three presidents, it's crystal clear to me, three things. The 7.95% reduction in the state general fund appropriation, $375 million, and the deferral of the compact funding presents a significant challenge to CSU's financial sustainability, and our mission. The impact of these budget cuts will hinder our ability to address student success initiatives, employee compensation, infrastructure investments, and critical mandates such as Title IX and the NAGPRA compliance. But it's also clear to me that efforts to improve resource allocation and efficiency across campuses highlight proactive yet painful, difficult decisions and measures. And these three presidents shared some of that with us. But these alone cannot fully offset the reductions. I mean, just hearing about employee layoffs without reassignment to be considered, it just blows my mind. So my immediate question to the group, presenters, and maybe to all of us, is to think about what specific advocacy efforts are planned to mitigate the proposed budget reductions and restore the deferred compact funding. What can we do as the CSU? What are we going to do? What are our next steps?
I'll start off and then kick it over to a couple of my colleagues. First of all, the message is clear, no cuts, and it's very clear that we have oodles and oodles of fantastic examples as to explain why cuts to the university are so detrimental and what value we bring. To start off with, one of the key things that we are doing is meeting with key legislative and gubernatorial leaders in a myriad of ways. First, you saw on the slide on the calendar that we've already met on 67 occasions with various folks that are consequential. We're going to continue to do it at that kind of pace. Secondly, there are some really key moments in which we will be organizing very, not prescriptive, but I would say very aggressive advocacy work in several ways. First is CSU's Advocacy Day on March 19th. Second, the Trustees Advocacy Day on April 29th. And then we have anywhere between 5 and 10 budget hearings where the key decision makers are actually going to be in the room and we're going to be making our pitch. The Chancellor will be at 2 of those hearings for certain, in the kickoffs in the Assembly and the Senate. And she will have the largest mic to deal with in front of those budget committees where they will be making those decisions. We will continue throughout the spring with strategies in addressing post-May revision meetings with those key leaders, as well as key meetings in the interim in response to the governor's proposal. That's just one aspect of it, and there's other aspects of it too. Other colleagues, maybe Greg or Nathan.
And I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chancellor Sachs in a minute. I remember at our last meeting, Trustee Vargas said, this is all hands on deck. And that is what we're doing. As Ryan just spoke and said, we started, but it's not over. I will be spending a lot of time in Sacramento, but so will my vice chancellors, and so will these presidents, and so hopefully the faculty, staff, and the students, to ensure that our voices are heard. We have a plan, and I'm going to turn it over to Vice Chancellor Sachs, but we've been talking about this as soon as we heard it. And we've been talking about the budget even when I got here. This is what was laid before me as I looked at our campuses with the team and realized what was happening. And I will say this, I am blessed to have a group of rock star presidents. They have been thinking about strategic investments, thinking about the students first, resizing their universities in the context of reality. They're leaner administrations. And you know, we are being held with the $375 million cut, with the compact being delayed. We're still supposed to bring in 1% more of more students, which means we don't have the resources to serve the extra students. So we're on it. I know this board is on it. You've already heard some of the board members have already been there. And we will continue to be all hands on deck. Vice Chancellor Sachs, will you follow up with me, please?
Absolutely, and I'm going to ask Nathan Dietrich, our Assistant Vice Chancellor for Advocacy and State Relations, to hit on anything maybe I don't hit on here. All hands on deck is a very good way of putting it. Think of the volume of advocates that we have and how we can mobilize them to make sure this message is told. We were just visiting with our alumni, with the Alumni Council, about how we're making sure we're going to have an in-district Alumni Advocacy Day. We, of course, have these already planned, trustee and kind of overall advocacy day. Our presidents do an extraordinary job, and we make sure that they have the messages, and more will come as it relates to the specific legislators in their different areas. One of the great strengths we have is that we have 23 universities throughout the state, and so we hit a large chunk of our legislators. We've also been able to develop, and we have a wonderful relationship with the governor's office that we plan to continue to make sure that they understand the impact of these cuts. We saw a little bit of that earlier from what Executive Vice Chancellor Rallier sent to the Department of Finance. There's two last things I'll mention. One is the way in which we are making sure that our advocacy strategy is layered. We have an advocacy plan with a communication plan and an engagement plan. And we're making sure that through those three different tenets, we're hitting as many spots as possible and as many of our champions that we can find. The other thing I'll mention is that we're working, and many of you actually got a survey about this, as well as working with our presidents to make sure that we have a better understanding of who has the ability to be able to connect and share a message with those that make differences as it relates to the budget. And so we're working with our presidents and their offices, as well as their legislative liaisons, to make sure we're hitting on the micro as well as the macro as it relates to an advocacy effort. So there's a lot in the works. There's a lot at stake, And so the idea of all hands on deck is definitely the case. Nathan, is there anything I missed?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chancellor Sachs. I'd like to add that many of you have come up with suggestions that we're working with you on, and as we work with our coalition, which includes students and CSSA, our academic senate, we've talked to them. We've talked to our labor partners. There is a large group working and mobilizing against these cuts, and especially as March turns to April to May, when this is very hot in Sacramento, we'll be calling on you and our alumni, our students, our families to be engaged. And those opportunities will be delivered through our universities and through our alumni council and through our students. And we look forward to you being part of that. And we will not be taking our foot off the gas pedal and sharing our story, but the consequence and importance of preventing these cuts.
Thank you all. We've clearly got some things in motion here, which is terrific. I still have Trustee Wang, Fagan, Guajardo, and then Vargas and Rodriguez.
Thank you so much for this excellent presentation. Thank you, Chair Lopez, for the work that you have done over the years with our finance sustainability. And this is your just continuation of remarkable work. So thank you so much. And I will not add to what Trustee McGrory and Trustee Gilbert-Lurie said so eloquently, but I do want to recognize that we're so fortunate to have the Chancellor that we have, and also our presidents. Thank you so much for the work that you are doing on the front line for us. It is recognized by all of us, and we know how heartbreaking, how difficult it is for you. So we want you to know how much we appreciate the work that you do. But I do have specific questions that I wanted to ask. The Chancellor touched on it a bit about the compact funding, the deferred compact funding, that we are still responsible for doing that work. So how are we covering the $252 million?
I think it's going to be a challenge, frankly. As I explained in the presentation, you have two things going on here. You have an expectation from the administration that we would continue to move forward on the goals of the compact. At the same time, a promise of future funding coming our way, but the state having significant challenges of their own. And so right now, that math doesn't add up. Right. It just doesn't add up, because you have a situation where the state is having significant issues of its own, and we'll have more of them, as Trustee Lopez mentioned, with the wildfires and dealing with that from a fiscal perspective as well. There's a lot of headwinds, and the expectation has to change from the state's perspective about what we can do, because we are in a less with less mode.
Thank you. I wanted to highlight that. And then with the reserves, did I mishear you? Did you say that our reserves were depleted?
I noticed that I misspoke on that. Yes,
okay.
We will still be likely utilizing more of our reserves in the budget year, because of if these cuts were to come through, as well as in the current year where we are today, simply because our campuses have utilized that tool in the recent past, and not all solutions, budget solutions that we talk about, can be implemented immediately. And sometimes that requires a small draw on reserves as you go along the way. So yes, I misspoke. Thank you for catching it. You're always dotting the I and crossing the T with me, Trustee Fong. Thank you.
All right, but I know we've spoken so much about reserves in the past, but those are reserves, and that we have been dipping into them. Our universities have been dipping into them, but they're to be reserves. And it's something that we need to protect, and they can't be used for spending on an annual basis. I do have a specific question about the teach-outs. So for those teach-outs and for those students who, as you were saying, President Couture, you're trying to find other spots for them at possibly other universities. But if they are locked into their community, and I'm speaking about this for other presidents who may have to do this as well, is there the option of online instruction?
Absolutely. As our academic affairs people were looking at what might potentially be in the cuts, they really worked very hard ahead of time on how we would teach out certain programs. And one of the main components is online. For students who are close. Many of the, I'll back up there. There are 56 students for whom we don't need teach outs. They're freshmen, or they'll be sophomores next year, and we are not doing teach outs for them. But almost all of them are in majors where there is a cognate major. And if they are willing, they will go into those. But we can also work with them in online programming. Those who have 60 or more hours will have, or 60 or more units, will have the teach out plans, which will include online. And we're working with the system in order to make available a wider array of courses online, because right now students are limited to one per semester. And it's been wonderful working with Vice Chancellor. I know him as Ryan. I've known him for so long, but they are really helping us with that process. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And then finally, with the $375 million gap, this, of course, does not include the possible salary increases that we are going to be looking at. Correct?
Yes. That's correct. There's no room in the budget because of a budget cut for any increases.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make a quick, on the compact deferral, just real clearly, what we're being asked, we can't pay our costs yet. That's why we're in deficit. We don't have enough money coming in the door to pay what the bills we have. And so they're saying, oh, just accumulate some more bills on the promise that we will pay you, not a guarantee that we will get you, but just trust us. That's the challenge. And so whatever happens, this board will have if it ever comes to that, this board will have to decide whether or not, we go along with the proposal in the governor's office and increase our costs. Okay, so I have Trustee Fagan, Guajardo, Vargas, Rodriguez, and Molina Mancio. So,
thank you. Three things. First, I want to, I think, speak for the board in that we have great support for all the presidents. President Cottrell is just the leading edge of the firestorm. And if things are continuing as we suspect, many of you may end up being on the receiving end of a lot of the things that President Cottrell is going through right now. The public comments yesterday, I thought, I'm talking to a lot of people agreed with me, were heartily polite and articulate and heartfelt. Some bit of misinformation. I was glad to see you mention today that you are making an effort to provide alternatives for athletes and people on scholarships, which some people had said was not being done. Key issues. So we're with you. Our support is with you, and please hang in there. We're all in this together. One of the things that is disturbing to me is I've been on this board now 12 years, longer than anybody else. And when I first got on the board, an amazing thing started happening. I'd be on a plane next to a student that I didn't know and talking to that person. I'd be at meetings, all over the place. Invariably, I would be asked about what we called bottleneck courses at the time. Bottleneck courses, I haven't heard that term in a long time, but bottleneck courses were the fact that there weren't enough courses available for people to be able to graduate within 4 years. let alone 5 or 6. And so one of the first things I did was ask the powers that be at one of my first meetings, tell me about bottleneck courses. Is that a real problem? And, how many are there? What's going on? And I was met with acknowledgement about this problem, but a real pushback that got a bit uncomfortable about trying to quantify the number of bottleneck courses. And obviously you need to be able to measure something before you can start correcting it. So there was a bit of a chaotic discussions at the time, but some people came to me and said, we can measure that, and people have that at the dean level. And so they went ahead and did it, and within a relatively short time, we had the numbers and then a plan to try to deal with those problems. And over a couple-year period, the numbers of bottleneck courses kept going down. And every couple of years after that, I'd ask for a report in the board meetings about where we are with bottleneck courses. And each time it was down, down, down to the point where it became almost not an issue. And I sit here today looking at this chart of the reductions in available classes, and I invariably know that we're probably back into an issue about bottleneck courses, and it's just disheartening after all this time. It's really difficult. So I say that as one thought. Finally, I do want to talk about one aspect towards helping the legislators realize the right thing to do. Greg and his team are very effective and working hard on direct and indirect communications at the Sacramento level. But as we all know, this is all politics, or at least a good portion of politics. And we're in a political fight. It's just like a political campaign. And legislators are elected officials, and they respond to their constituents, as they should. And how do they know what their constituents are thinking? Well, Greg and his people are trying to work on communications that way. But the media is also very, very important in communicating to those legislators what people are thinking. We've talked about this again and again, and look around this room. I don't see a TV camera. I don't see anybody. I mean, maybe there's a reporter that I don't know. But the point being, yesterday, well, you have one. Millie had a great chancellor's report, and the beginning of it talked about some great words about the dangers of what we're all facing in this budget crisis. Not a word in a newspaper, anywhere, even Politico, which focuses on this thing. We could have put out a press release to the wire services, to Politico, TV stations. We could have called on TV stations yesterday and said, we're in a huge crisis. This is the biggest crisis in years and decades, and it's going to affect every one of your viewers. You should come out here and see what's going on today. Millie is our biggest asset, and every time she is making a speech somewhere, San Diego, San Jose, San Francisco, Fresno, wherever, we should have a full court press of press releases and a very specific statement, and talking about how this is all going to affect the community that she's in. I don't think we've been doing stuff like that. And I think this is a huge, important thing. This is the biggest crisis that I've experienced since I've been on the board. And I don't see any press coverage. It's a political campaign, and we've got to be aggressively acting like it is. And so I appeal to our press people and people who are involved in that to please be aggressive, put these things out every day or every week in different ways. And one story once a month is not going to do it. And then when you get a number of stories in each district, or some districts, and of course we ask people who, if they're still doing editorials, to do editorials, and it doesn't matter that few people are reading a newspaper. It's still a newspaper, and legislators see that and react to it. Greg's people can take those stories, can take those editorials, and go to those legislators and say, here's what the people of California are thinking. Here's what the media is thinking. You know, this isn't just us coming up trying to say we're essential to the state of California, because we're competing with hundreds and dozens of other very deserving other entities, institutions.
Thank you, Trustee Fagan. I'm gonna say to you, wise words, important advice.
And stop talking.
And we hear you.
All right.
And the reason I say is we still have 2 other committees supposedly before lunch. Well, and I still have a list of folks.
That's all I'm
just going to, you know, ask.
I've been saying it for years, and it hasn't really taken hold. So I wanted to say it, and that's my two.
Well,
two bits.
you know,
there it is.
You're consistent, but important. But you know what? Now more than ever, what you're suggesting and what your advice is really is important to listen to. So let me just turn to Trustee Guajardo, Vargas, Rodriguez, and Molina Mancio, and just, I don't want to cut you off, but ask that you be as concise and as pointed as possible in your comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I want to echo my fellow trustees and thank the presenters and the presidents for the work that they do. And so yesterday and prior to yesterday, we heard students express they feel left out of the discussion and that they are in a current state of uncertainty for their future. And I want to reference agenda item 5, page 5, which states each university's leadership team is working to close budget gaps through strategic and inclusive processes. Could you share some of the ways that your respective campuses close budget gaps in an inclusive process, such as shared governance? In some ways, your campuses also provide resources to help students navigate future announcements of budget cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, and I thank you for your visit last week. So on my campus, we formed many years ago a university budget committee. It meets monthly, and one of the positive outcomes of the pandemic is that we have kept that committee meeting on Zoom. And the last week of every month, between 230 and 300 people attend our university budget committee. It has student representatives, faculty representatives, our unions are ex officios on it as well. And that is the place where we share the enrollment and budget news. We've created a multi-year plan there. And if they have office hours, it's become the key place for budget literacy and collaborative planning. And then in addition, now looking at program discontinuance, we do have a faculty-led committee that's working on that.
I just want to briefly say, besides the budget committee, we meet, we make presentations to the Student Association. We go to their weekly meetings or every other week meeting. We have town halls that the students are invited to come and present. We also meet with the president of the AS and their cabinet, with all our cabinet. And so we have multiple ways of disseminating information through videos, letters, and et cetera. So we really have input of students on committees, and we also have the ability of students to talk to us one-to-one.
We have much the same thing. We have a university budget advisory committee, which has representation from all areas of the campus, students, faculty, staff. It meets officially only every semester, but we've added meetings in as we've dealt with crises. And we do town halls to convey information. We have a budget page, which contains all the information about our budget in a really pretty easy to follow manner. It also has, as of this semester, a place for people to react to what's going on, to provide input, to share ideas. The Senate has a committee that looks at program discontinuation, and they will be looking at what we have brought forward. Also, in terms of shared governance, and I didn't mention this earlier, a very forward-thinking provost on the Sonoma campus, and 2 years ago, she brought a very diverse group of people together from across the campus to look at our academic programs and really using data, both from internal, and we use some external folks, using workforce data, look to see what programs we should be phasing out, what programs should stay static, and what should grow, and what new programs, given student demand and workforce demands, we ought to be developing. The goal of that academic planning group was, of course, to plan for additional programs and figure out what to do with those that were existing. Unfortunately, right now, that data came in it was very useful, and that group looked at the data, and that informed what we're doing with program closures. So there are a variety of ways in which we deal with it.
Thank you. Trustee Vargas?
I'll try to make this as brief as possible, Trustee Lopez. And I've been sitting here for the past 2 days feeling the heat coming from your chair as she's been drafting and redrafting. And I wanted to say this to say, it's really important that we communicate as clearly and accessibly as we can. And I said this to Trustee Lopez, and I'm saying to everybody now, if I had not had a call with Trustee Lopez before we had the tuition increase vote, I would not have voted the way I voted. I really needed to understand what are the numbers, what's the context, and you've done that just in an impeccable way. And I'm saying that to all the students who send messages to us, please watch these trustee meetings, right? I wish that they're all on YouTube. Maybe we'll figure out a way to get them on Instagram and TikTok. Please watch, because we are providing you the context and the information that you need to make sure that when we say all hands on deck, we actually mean you as well. We mean students. I'm so glad that when we say this advocacy communications campaign that we have, and I hear you, Trustee Fagan, it's tragedy what's happened to local news. And this is somebody who grew up in newspapers, where I'm glad that Cal Matters is here. Every single news organization in California should be here. The New York Times should be covering this as a national story. Where's the Wall Street Journal? So I get all that. However, we also live at a time when we are the media, right? This is a new media environment, and we need to really adapt to that as well. We have a story to tell, and we need to tell it in all the media platforms that exist and that are available to us. So the only thing I wanted to say really was about this. What I'm struggling with here is what Trustee Gilbert-Laurie underscored, which is the creative thinking that's needed so that we're not just taking limb by limb out. And in the past 6 months, I visited both San Francisco State, my alma mater, and Monterey Bay. I can attest to the fact that when these budget committees have been heard, I've heard from students who are like a part of it. They were on the Zoom. So we are being as transparent as we need to be. I would just underscore the need for absolute transparency, because that's how we lose trust, is when we're not being transparent. And again, I'm saying that to the people who may not want to hear what we're saying, but which is why we need to clearly say what we're saying, right? And get it in as many outlets as we can, right? And make sure that we engage. The engagement part, to me, advocacy, communication, and engagement. If there's no high engagement, none of this is going to work. So I just wanted to underscore that.
Thank you, Trustee Vargas. Trustee Rodriguez?
Thank you, Chair Lopez. Gosh, such a disheartening time on all accounts. Thank you for the presentation and for sharing with us what you're doing at your institutions. And I just add to the comments that my fellow trustees have said about these proposed cuts and disinvestment in the People's University has and will continue to destabilize us. And stripping us from our resources is not going to help us serve our students. I do have a question about the process with incoming freshmen who have applied to your institutions, potentially based on programs that are no longer going to be there. So my question is, how are we making sure that we're retaining those applicants? The application isn't open anymore. So potentially reopening of the application, making sure that we're in contact with them so we don't lose them.
Well, first of all, our applications are still open, and other institutions are. Okay. Many of them, not all of them. We have sent out a letter to parents of existing students, but also to students who've applied, been accepted, and their families to let them know what is going on. In fact, the majors that are affected have very few applicants to them, so that helps. But we can also talk to them about similar majors. And I have a wonderful group of colleagues that I work with. And if we have a student who wants to be, I've got my list here, a philosophy major, and sadly we will not have a philosophy major anymore, I will pick up the phone and call one of my colleagues and say, may we get this student into your university? Because we'll do everything to retain them, but we also want them to be able to do what they want to do.
And if I may just very quickly add, in addition to what President Contreras said, our central team here is also working behind the scenes. So to your point, the student themselves, once a decision or intervention's been made, we can facilitate that whole application just being pushed from one campus to another without the student intervening. So we're borrowing strategies from across campuses and working to ensure every student has as many options as they can within the CSU first and foremost.
Oops. Thank you for that answer. One additional question I have for our presidents is when we're talking to our stakeholders on campus about these just real difficult things that have to be done, are we also including external community stakeholders and elected officials, potentially with outside resources that could come in? Just a question for anyone who wants to take it.
Yeah, so we are very transparent, not only with internal but external community. We go through our external personnel to talk to all the elected officials. I do send emails consistently and meet with them on the phone. When we were going through the layoffs, I sit down and talk to Rivas and to Lair and to each, Adonis to ensure that they understood why the things were happening and keep them up to date. I write op-eds and letters to the editors. I have written more than 15 in the past year and a half on different newspapers, including one that is for Title IX, which is going to come pretty soon, hopefully tomorrow. And everything that happened on the campus goes directly either to the press or it goes to elected officials. So we're very careful on ensuring that the community knows what is happening.
Thank you. Trustee Molina-Mancio?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it brief. I know I'm in between everyone and lunch, but I want to echo everything that Trustee Antonio Vargas mentioned. Communication. We need to be very communicative with our campus communities, and I want to just, before I speak on that, I want to emphasize that these decisions were not made lightly, especially at Sonoma. I know we heard a lot of public comment at Sonoma, And my heart goes out to the number of students and staff and faculty that are affected by these decisions. But I just want to communicate to all those Sonoma people watching that President Cottrell, thank you for your service. And she did not make these decisions lightly. I hope everybody knows that who came to public comment, that these decisions were not made lightly at all. They're made with a heavy heart. And these are real numbers. I want to emphasize that these 36 coaches and staff, these 235 student athletes, they're very real numbers who everyone here understands what it means for their lives and how it impacts them. Unfortunately, these hard decisions need to be made. And so I just really want to emphasize that impact does not fall on deaf ears and is not made with lightly, right? So I want to emphasize that to the Sonoma community who might be watching, is that I'm sure President Cottrell made this with a very heavy heart. And these are decisions that need to be made due to the budget cuts we're experiencing as a system. And so kind of zooming in and zooming out now, these are the ripple effects. We're going to see these moving forward. This is not the first. Unfortunately, this won't be the first. Soon, our advocacy will become the other universities that are experiencing cuts. And I don't want the state to hear that, but you're going to hear it if nothing changes, right? So I just want to echo that as well. And lastly, I want to, again, echo what Trustee Vargas said, which is communication. We need to communicate with our campus communities, but as a friend of mine once said, in a relationship, you need communication, but also understanding. I want to ensure that our campus communities are understanding where your presidents are coming from when they make these decisions and where this board is coming from when making these decisions. When it came to Maritime and SLO, I know there were some community members that weren't feeling that merger, for lack of a better word, right? But like someone said, it was either that or Cal Maritime wouldn't have existed. So we're making the best decisions to keep our universities alive. They may not be favorable decisions, but it's decisions we need to make nonetheless. And lastly, I want to say this last thing, and I want to make sure everybody understands me when I say this. While shared governance does not mean shared decision making, it does mean shared perspectives. It does mean everybody comes to the table and shares and communicates their perspective on these decisions that are being made. And so that when the decisions are made, everybody understands why they're being made. Even if it's not favorable for some, we understand why they're being made. And even if it may be hard, again, everybody ultimately gets what's being done. So I just wanted to share that because I know we have lots of more difficult decisions to make. This is not the first, but we need to go far together. As President Parham taught me in an African proverb, if we want to go fast, we go alone. But if we want to go far, we have to go together as a community. So I really want to, again, echo this to all our campus community, our faculty, our students, and our staff. Watch these meetings, understand where we're coming from, where your presidents are coming from. It's not us versus the administration or anything like that. We're really all in this together to advocate to the state budget, hey, we need more money. We all want the same thing. Us trustees are not advocating for more CSU funding so that we can pocket that. It doesn't work like that. I wish it did. Trust me, I'm a broke college student. But we're advocating so that we can all benefit from it, so that the students can benefit from it, right? So I just want to echo that, and let's just stick in this together.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad we're ending with the very wise words of our student trustee, Molina Mancio, who really can speak from the heart and the experience. And thank you to everybody once again. Appreciate it. And with that, Chair Clark, that concludes the meeting of the Finance Committee.
Thank you, Trustee Lopez. We're actually running quite a bit behind. What I'd like to do is take a 5-minute break for us to caucus. We're supposed to actually be heading to lunch here in a few minutes, but I'd like to see if we can get the Joint Committee on Finance and Campus Planning, Building and Grounds before we have our noonday meal. So we're going to take a 5-minute break for people to stretch their legs. It's been 2 hours, and then we'll reconvene.
University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education.
Will you now please convene the Joint Committee on Finance and Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds? And I believe you have an announcement regarding the information item. I believe we're going to put that matter over.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the Joint Committee on Finance and Campus Planning and Building Grounds please come to order? We have a consent agenda, which are the minutes of the July 24th meeting. Is there any objection to the approval of the minutes? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. We have 2 items on the agenda. We are going to postpone the first item, which was an information item on funding of the California State University program. That is an important discussion. I hope you all read the materials, but we will come back to it in March so that we can give it its proper time. So we're going to proceed right now to the second action item, which is requesting approval of the San Diego State University Life Sciences Building schematic design and financing. We heard about this yesterday. The Committee on Institutional Advancement now named the building the Durand Science Building. And so we also had public comment on it. Importantly, there's quite a bit of information in your package. So in the interest of time, I'm going to ask for a motion.
Madam Chair, I will move the approval of this item.
Second.
And then in the interest of time, unless there's a really pressing something, we are not going to have the presentation. All the information is in the materials. I know this board reads the materials. So unless there's a pressing issue, I would like to ask for a roll call then. Okay.
Great.
Roll call, please. Yes.
Trustee Molina Muncio. Trustee Adamson.
Yes.
Trustee Fagan. Yes. Trustee Ghilarducci.
Yes. Yes.
Trustee Gilbert Lori.
Yes.
Trustee McGrory.
Yes.
Trustee Ortiz Morfett.
Yes.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Trustee Melikar.
Yes.
Trustee Brar.
Yes.
Trustee Vargas.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Chair Clark, that concludes the business of the Joint Committee.
Thank you, Trustee Lopez.
We have to make up for it somehow.
Trustee Ghilarducci, will you please convene the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds?
Great, thanks, Chair Clark. Will the meeting of the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds please come to order? It's now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Do any committee members wish to remove any of the items for a separate discussion? Okay. Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve all the items listed on the consent agenda?
So moved. Oh, second. Whichever.
All right. These people are hungry. All right. Great. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Again, as Trustee Lopez indicated, I think all the information's in the packet on this one, and we've heard a good presentation last meeting. So hearing no further comments or questions, we'll now vote on the consent agenda. Can we do a roll call, please?
Do you want us to move it first?
I thought you just moved it.
And we moved the approval of minutes.
Oh, okay. Go. Can I?
But I, with pleasure,
Thanks.
move this one as well.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you.
With pleasure, I'm seconding.
God bless.
So for the motion to approve the consent agenda, Trustee McGrory.
Yes, aye.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Yes.
Trustee Adamson.
Yes.
Trustee Brar.
Yes.
Trustee Fagan.
Yes.
Trustee Guajardo.
Yes.
Trustee Ortiz Morfett.
Yes.
Trustee Nejabat. Trustee Vargas.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
All right, great. Thanks, Chair Clark. This concludes the business of the Committee on Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds.
Bless you, Trustee Ghilarducci. We will now take a break for lunch and return promptly at 1:20.
Long. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered.
Please come to order. The Chancellor will be joining us in just momentarily. Welcome back. Trustee Rodriguez, will you please convene the Committee on Governmental Relations?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the Committee on Governmental Relations please come to order? And it's time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda, which consists only of the minutes of the November 2024 meeting. Are there any objections to the approval of the minutes? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. The committee has 3 items on today's discussion agenda. Item 2 is an update on NAGPRA and CalNAGPRA. There we are. And compliance. This information item is going to be presented by VC Greg Sachs. Yes. And also, I want to give the welcome and so much gratitude for our new Executive Director of Tribal Relations, Samantha Cyprit. I'm so happy you are here with us. Yes, welcome to you. Thank you for being here. And also, Provost Rafiq Mohammed will be also presenting to us on this issue. So you can go ahead and begin.
Thank you all for having me here. It's truly an honor to serve the Chancellor's Office and the CSU in this new role. I wanted to take a moment to thank Nathan Dietrich, Marianne Reyes, and Adrienne Tafoya for providing such wonderful guidance and working so hard to make this transition and onboarding as seamless as possible. I'm truly grateful for their support. Today I'm excited to provide an update on tribal relations, give an update on the state audit and AB 389, and conclude by sharing recent outreach across the system. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have at the conclusion of the presentation. As we continue building the Office of Tribal Relations, our focus remains on finalizing the creation of this important entity and ensuring that we have the right staffing in place. We are currently a team of 2. Our former administrative support coordinator accepted a new role at the CSU campus, and we are in the hiring process to fill that position. I would like to extend my gratitude to our CalNAGPRA project manager, Adrienne Tafoya. She is a citizen of the Tohono Indian Nation and has been overseeing the system-wide policy development and all other NAGPRA and CalNAGPRA compliance at the system-wide level. We also have 3 excellent contractors retained to support our office. The Honorable Christine Williams from the Yurok tribe is under contract to assist with the development and implementation of campus coordinator trainings and forms. Judge Terry Robinson has been retained to provide legal guidance for the system-wide policy and related procedures and development of common forms to be used across all campuses. Both are also able to provide technical assistance with any complex questions that may arise from either campus coordinators or campus council. Finally, our office is also fortunate to have Chico State's Director of Tribal Relations, Rachel McBride Pretorius, who is also a Yurok tribal citizen, under contract to provide practical guidance for campus coordinators and to assist with the policy development. As you have heard at prior board meetings, we have made significant progress on implementing the remainder of the state audit and AB 389 compliance. As of November, each campus has hired a full-time, experienced NAGPRA coordinator. This update has been shared with the state and with the auditor, and we are working with their office to provide all requested documentation to officially mark the recommendation complete. The next audit report will be due to the state auditor's office in June of 2025. Under AB 389, we have been drafting a system-wide NAGPRA policy. In the fall, an initial working draft for the system-wide policy was circulated to the Native American Heritage Commission and California Indian tribes, both federally recognized and non-federally recognized, for their input and comment. The Chancellor's Office held 6 outreach sessions and completed government-to-government consultation with any tribal nation who made a request. All of the feedback received during this outreach was reviewed and integrated as possible into version 2 of the draft policy. Version 2 was presented at the Native American Heritage Commission meeting on January 17th. Physical and digital copies have also been sent to all California Indian tribes. The draft is also available on the Chancellor's Office website, along with a comment form. We welcome feedback from any interested stakeholders, individuals, or parties. Next, I wanted to share the upcoming schedule as we work to develop the system-wide policy. This outreach is not only in accordance with the law and the state auditor's recommendation, it is also imperative as we build trust with California Indian tribes. It is important to note that we are not doing this outreach just to check a box. We are coming into these sessions with the intention of developing long-lasting relationships with tribes with the foundation of transparency and respect. We will also be engaging system-wide stakeholders as we draft the policy. We are currently in the review portion of this schedule. We plan to hold 6 sessions in total, 4 in person where we will visit tribal lands in northern, central, southern, and eastern California, and 2 virtual sessions, including one Saturday session to accommodate participants who may be busy during standard work hours. Following the conclusion of our comment period and outreach sessions, we will then work to compile any new feedback received and amend the draft as appropriate. A new draft will be released in April with an additional opportunity to comment and review prior to a final round of amendments before the presentation for policy adoption and implementation to the system in July of 2025. We are keenly aware that additional appendices and revisions will likely be necessary following the initial adoption. Moving forward to the NAGPRA committee updates, all 23 campuses are working to fill their 7-person NAGPRA committees. Per state law, each committee has 4 tribal representatives, 3 federally recognized and 1 non-federally recognized, and 3 campus representatives. We have recently made a request to each university president, by way of their designee, to prioritize outreach to both tribal leaders and campus representatives. We have provided template letters for recruitment. We worked in cooperation with the NAHC to prioritize campus committees in 2024. We will now prioritize creating the system-wide committee. During my presentation at the January 17th meeting, I requested that the NAHC begin the review and selection process for the system-wide committee in advance of the system-wide policy adoption, and Commission directed their staff to begin the process. We are pleased to share with you, as requested at a prior board meeting and for a state report, we have an update on campus inventories. This marks the first time since the state audit that we have this data. Starting with the inventory reviews, we have seen substantial progress in 2023 and 2024. The 2023 state audit found that of the 23 campuses, only 11 had completed a review of their NAGPRA collections by the end of 2023, while 12 campuses had not. In 2024, 18 campuses reported completing their reviews. 3 campuses' reviews remain ongoing, and 2 campuses, the Maritime Academy and San Marcos, continue to report that they do not have any NAGPRA collections. We anticipate the 3 remaining inventories to be completed shortly. In 2023, the California State Auditor reported 5,804 ancestral remains and 692,400 cultural items across 21 CSU campuses. As of November 2024, the campuses have completed an inventory of NAGPRA-related holdings and identified 2,245 Native American ancestral remains and over 1.9 million cultural items. While our ultimate goal is full repatriation, this increase is positive. It shows that the campus searches are working and yielding results. 5 CSU campuses, Chico, Los Angeles, Sonoma, Sacramento, and San Francisco, have made significant progress in repatriating both ancestor remains and cultural items. As shared with you at a prior board meeting, Chico State has facilitated the repatriation and reburial of 2,567 ancestral remains and more than 97,000 cultural items belonging to a tribal consortium that includes 6 tribes. This represents approximately 94% of the ancestral remains and 86% of the cultural items held on campus. This repatriation was the 2nd largest to be completed in the history of NAGPRA. The scope of this project took over 5 years to complete. It is now my pleasure to welcome Rafiq Mohammed, Provost and Vice President of Academic Affairs from Cal State Bernardino, to share more about our system-wide and campus outreach.
Thank you, Samantha, and hello again, trustees. The NAGPRA Committee's outreach efforts were highlighted during the 57th Annual California Native American Day at the state capitol in September, where the Chancellor delivered her important remarks. She publicly apologized and atoned for the system's past inaction and made a strong commitment to improvement and meaningful partnerships moving forward. California Native American Day is the Capitol's largest annual event, and this year's theme celebrated 100 years of Native American citizenship and the right to vote, a right that was denied, unsurprisingly, despite treaties assuring that right. The event celebrates the valuable achievements by California Native Americans throughout history and today. Several campuses participated in the event, including Sacramento State, which brought more than 125 students and staff volunteers. Nicely done, President Wood. In November, individual campuses celebrated Native American Heritage Month through a variety of events and programs. demonstrating their commitment to honoring Native American cultures and histories. These celebrations reflect the system's dedication to fostering deeper connections with Native communities and creating more inclusive spaces across all CSU campuses. Some highlights included Cal State Long Beach's celebration featuring dancing, singing, cordage making, and fry bread. CSUN hosted their 39th annual powwow, which included cultural performances like the one highlighted in the middle picture up there. A gourd dance honoring veterans, children's activities, and Native food and art vendors. At Cal State San Bernardino, we held a series of events offering students a chance to learn about Indigenous cultures and history, including several Native beading circles and Indigenous healing circles. Participation in these events is crucial to achieve the goal of building long-lasting relationships with California Indian tribes and the broader Native community. I welcome Samantha back to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Provost Mohammed. This concludes our presentation. Thank you for your continued support and dedication to improving system-wide tribal relations. Together, we are driving meaningful progress, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Before we get to questions, let me first apologize for being a moment late. There's a slight emergency that we had to take care of. Secondly, I want to just add my huge thank you to Nathan Dietrich and Marianne Rodriguez, who were managing the NAGPR work before Sam was able to come on board. They did magnificent work, and I so appreciate them wearing so many hats. And lastly, because I was tardy, I am going to take a quick moment just to thank and welcome Samantha. So Samantha was brought on as the very first executive director of our Office of Tribal Relations. Samantha is Mountain Maudu from the Taylorsville Rancheria. She previously worked as the chief of staff also at the Wilton Rancheria, which has a very large footprint in the Sacramento area. She previously worked as the chief of staff at Wilton Rancheria, and prior to that, for the tribe, and prior to working for the tribe, she worked for the Native American Heritage Commission, spending 5 years in their legal department. And she also teaches federal Indian law at the University of Pacific's McGeorge School of Law. We are truly thrilled. She has done magnificent work in just the month or so that she's been on the job, navigating these the reports that were due to our state government. So thank you very much, Sam. And again, apologies for being a moment late.
Thank you, VC Sachs. I also just want to add thank you to Nathan and thank you to Marianne for making sure that we're on track and that we're doing the work that we said that we would do. And so really grateful for that. And again, welcome, Samantha. We're so happy that we have our first executive director in this role. And thank you so much, Provost Mohammed, for giving us an update. I really appreciate the presentation and the follow-up. I mean, we can truly tell our legislators that we are doing what we need to do, that we have said that we're doing, and we're doing even more so. I want to thank our presidents and so much gratitude to all of you for the intentionality that you've had of respectfully working with the tribes and the diligence it requires to make sure that we're course correcting. We have to foster these genuine and respectful connections with the tribes. One tribe is what I spoke to a Native council member, and they shared that with me, and I took that to heart. So that genuine and authentic relationships that your folks have had on your different campuses is, I see it. I meet with the folks from NAGPRA every time I go to a campus visit. I just met with the folks over at CSUN in December with Dean Dr. Tudor Reeder, and you know that intentionality was there with the relationship in the tribe in your area. And so please pass my appreciation and thank you to all of your team members that are making sure that this is happening. So just a lot of gratitude there. Thank you so much. And with that, I want to ask if there's any questions or comments from the board. We have a few people. I don't know who put it up first. Darlene. Okay. Trustee Melikar, please.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez, and thank you both so much for your information update on
NAGPRA and CalNAGPRA compliance. You know, the completion of AB 389 mandated inventory review and the report submission demonstrates CSU's commitment to transparency and accountability, which is really important. So my question really has to do with how does the CSU plan to address the remaining committee vacancies across campuses to ensure compliance with AB 389?
I think the first thing is really working on the outreach and working with campus presidents and their designees to make sure that that outreach is happening. And it's also, that outreach is an opportunity to really to get to know the tribes in your area, to have that interaction and engagement, to figure out who might be best suited for those roles. And so we've provided those template letters. Our office is also here to support if there's any questions on which tribes they should be speaking to, how to properly engage. We're here to support that and certainly offer that training. So I think that's really the big part. And then on the campus committee side, or the campus member side, looking at campus members who might be interested in doing that, but maybe aren't from the traditional, the first departments that you might consider, and really looking to diversify those campuses, I think, is really important. But we're working with the NAHC to also help expedite that process. We understand that this is another task that they kind of had given to them, and they're not a huge department, so we want to make sure that we can assist them however possible as they're really going through the review and interview process for those members.
Thanks so much for the productive work, and please keep it up. Thank you.
I will do my best.
Adamson.
Yes. Greg, yesterday during public comment, we had two speakers from Sac State that spoke up, one representing to us that we were misinterpreting NAPRA definitions and policy. I just want to follow up and make sure that someone from staff follows up with them and we clarify that, because I'd prefer they not be out in public telling everybody that we're doing things wrong.
Thank you so much. And actually, Samantha and I were talking about that actually just last night. And not only will we reach out, but this is the volume to which we are seeking input to this policy is really extraordinary. You heard Samantha talk about it. And part of it also includes not only working with the tribes, which is hugely important, but working with our on-campus stakeholders as well. So absolutely, thank you.
Trustee Fong?
Welcome, Samantha. We're so happy that you're here. Really grateful that you're here. In the agenda item, and also what you had said, that we have over 1 million cultural items still to remain. Can you address that issue? Because 1 million cultural items, can you give us an idea of what that represents and what kind of work it'll take to return those?
In very short, it's going to take extensive work, and we know that. But part of looking at that number, which is definitely kind of an intimidating number to see, I think we'll be able to address a lot of it in starting to streamline the way that we're actually creating these inventories. Right now, every campus is creating them under their own guidance, but I want to make sure that we're using all the same terms. Like a good example that I use regularly is sometimes someone might look at a beaded necklace, and that to them is one item. But then another person might look at that beaded necklace and count each individual bead as an item. And so it's hard to necessarily kind of have that direct comparison until we can see what those inventories actually entail, and then working with the tribes to repatriate. So it is a big number, but I would say, like I said in the presentation, I think the increase is really a positive thing. Because it's really showing that people are taking this seriously. They're completing the searches, they're returning items that they maybe had in their possession or that they were using for teaching, and that we're actually getting them back now. And so now we can get a full scope of what we're actually looking at and then move forward towards the repatriation process.
If I could add, just from our campus's perspective, and this is obviously not to indicate that this is the bulk of the items, I think as Samantha said, it's going to take a lot of effort and building and rebuilding relationships with local tribal communities. But I know in our case, what we have found in some instances has been that tribes aren't equipped to receive artifacts back. They don't necessarily have the resources internally to manage that, or so they don't have the capacity to really to take some of those things back. So then the obligation for us is to continue the dialogue with those tribal communities and tribal leadership to ensure that we are storing what we have in our possession in a way that's in keeping with what their expectations are, and ultimately trying to help build a pathway for repatriation.
Thank you for sharing that, because in my campus visits as other trustees, we've heard that as well. That is a challenge for many of our campuses. And then with Samantha, also in one of my campus visits, two professors who were part of the identification process, they were also questioning whether the necklace was 1,000 pieces or if it was the necklace as a whole. So is there now a policy that tells them to help in helping them identify, or is it up to that particular university?
That's one of the things we will be working on. Is as we've also been. I believe you've heard about the kind of system-wide inventory software that's being developed. So as that rolls out and is being implemented, that direction and guidance will be included there as well. It's never going to be perfect, just because there is always going to be a certain level of subjectivity that's going to be involved. But I think that tools like that will definitely improve the situation.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm just going to jump in and say thanks to Nathan and the team. They had me sending out multiple emails to the presidents, explaining to look in closets, to look everywhere, to ask faculty to look in their garages. And so the presidents have done it, and that's why you've seen the numbers going up, which thank you, Samantha, for doing that. And again, welcome. We had a wonderful interview. We even went overtime because we were discussing. So thank you, and we're so happy you're here.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Chancellor. Chair Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be quick. This is one of those issues excuse me, that came up during the term of our interim chancellor, Jolene Kester, and it's listed as an update on NAGPRA and CalNAGPRA compliance, but it's been made clear to this board that this is not just a compliance issue; it's a moral issue. It's an issue of right and wrong. And Executive Director, I can't tell you how glad I am you're here. Your resume is outstanding. Your expertise clearly is there. We greatly appreciate what you're going to do. And I want to be clear about this to anybody who wants to listen to it, and even if they don't want to listen to it. You have the full backing of this board. You do what you need to do, subject to your supervisor approval. But you do what you need to do and get us out of this. This is a very, very significant moral issue that unfortunately this institution did not do well. So we're so glad you're here. May Godspeed to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Chair. And again, thank you so much. I don't see any other comments or questions, so we really appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I can't find the hands up. May I?
Yes. Lieutenant Governor, please.
Thank you so much. I just want to recognize, having now served on this board for 6 years, how much progress has been made since the auditor's report came out. And, of course, we always want things to go faster. But the fact of the matter is that when that report came out, it was just, there was a gasp at not just how out of compliance the system was with NAGPRA and CalNAGPRA, but just that it was kind of frozen and nothing was moving. And to see just in a relatively short period of time, the expertise that's been brought on and the awareness of the challenge and just the commitment of all the trustees and staff to making real progress. I just want to acknowledge really what a great foundation has been built now, and look forward to seeing and celebrating major returns of remains and artifacts to back where they belong. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor. Really appreciate those comments. And again, thank you for the presentation. Before we get to item 3, I just wanted to make a couple of comments of the things that we heard today were absolutely most difficult. We heard from our presidents the things that they have to do on their campuses because of the cuts that we've already had. And this new proposed cut of almost 8% and the compact deferral will be absolutely catastrophic for our system, for our stakeholders, for our economy all around. We're also talking about taxes, also dollars that will not be incurred for our economy. I hope that our legislators are hearing this and knowing how this is going to impact our entire state. As VC Sachs stated, advocacy is already well underway with our chancellor fully committed and almost having 70 meetings already to this point since October. The trustees are fully committed. You hear this time and time again from them. Thank you, presidents, too, for your commitment on your local level, too, in your regions for your district visits that you do, and for inviting your electeds to be on your campuses. And you also heard today that after conversations with the Alumni Council, this idea was pitched to them. I pitched it to them in November and say, how could we get the alumni more engaged? Can you imagine if we had our alumni like going full force letter writing campaign and all of the sort? I know that there's commitment on behalf of our alumni trustee Adamson too that said this is important to them. So for them to say we want to be a part of this process and to incorporate a district advocacy plan for them is also another piece that is so important. So I want to thank the Alumni Council for answering the call and wanting to advocate alongside with us. Trustee Fagan, Trustee Vargas, I heard you most definitely that this is not just an advocacy campaign, this is an advocacy and communications campaign. And how important it is for us to make sure that that communication message is clear and that we also use strategies that are really going to target those constituencies. So a social media strategy, right? How important that is going to be for us to include that. So with that, I know our team has been working tirelessly to make sure that we are well underway on all of our advocacy efforts. And we're going to go ahead and go with our item 3, which is the state legislative principles for 25 and 26. This action item is going to be presented by VC Greg Sachs and Assistant VC Nathan Dietrich.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Trustee Rodriguez and Trustee Brar, for all your leadership with the Committee for Governmental Relations. Before I hand it off to Assistant Vice Chancellor Nathan Dietrich, a quick reminder that every 2 years, the board approves a set of legislative principles that help guide the decision-making as we go through the legislative session. These principles, in addition to the annual review of bills with the chair and the vice chair, as well as our ongoing communications with not only the two chair and vice chair, but to all of our trustees, they provide a framework for our work and all the work we do with our legislative partners. Since the legislative session ended over the fall, the Office of Advocacy and State Relations has organized numerous educational opportunities for legislative staff for the year ahead. Considering in December, the legislators swore in 37 new members, a significant amount of time with the Office of ASR has been spent engaging these new members as they prepare for a really consequential 2025, as we've talked about. Today, we present the proposed state legislative principles for the upcoming two-year legislative session. And Assistant Vice Chancellor Dietrich is here to provide details, not only on that, but on a little bit about what we have in store for 2025. So with that, Nathan?
Well, thank you, Vice Chancellor Sachs. As he noted, this presentation will include a review of the state legislative principles that the board adopts every 2 years. These principles are the framework by which we represent the interests of the system and you as our governing board in Sacramento. I will also offer an update on the state legislative cycle we're entering as this new year begins, and share with you some of our advocacy plans. The specific legislative principles in front of you and in your board packet and described on the following screen are the same ones that have been adopted by the board since 2019. As we consider positions on the policy, legislative, and budget issues that will come before us this session, our engagement with the governor and legislature will be guided by these principles. After the 2024 legislative session ended, we took the time to review the principles to consider if they needed to be changed or updated. However, because they have worked well, give authority to the board and chancellor, and allow both the Committee on Governmental Relations and the Chancellor's Office the ability to be nimble. We're not suggesting any changes this year. This slide summarizes each of the 7 principles that guide our work. Exact wording of each item is in your board packet. Principles 1, 2, and 3 reinforce the role of the trustees for internal governance, collective bargaining, and the budget process. Principles 4, 5, and 6 reiterate our intent to focus on the issues that directly and uniquely affect the CSU and ensure that we are represented on any government body that impacts the system. Principle 7 addresses the process for adoption of positions on legislative matters. The intent of the principles and our process is to allow the CSU to participate fully in a fast-moving policy environment, while also ensuring that the work of the Chancellor's Office staff is consistent with your policy priorities. I want to reiterate that we respect the role, responsibility, and authority of the Board of Trustees and Government Relations Committee that they have on behalf of the entire CSU. In doing so, we will remain engaged with the committee's leaders and keep them informed before we adopt or change any publicly stated position on legislation. Again, these principles have served the CSU well in the past 2 legislative sessions, which is why we bring them back to you for your formal adoption following my presentation. Now for the state legislative update. As we enter 2025, we just ended a 2-year legislative session, and I want to take a moment to update you on the environment that we are facing in Sacramento. As you know, the last legislative session was busy and successful for the CSU. The governor signed into law the board-sponsored bills on doctoral authority, PACE flexibility, and other bills on faculty and staff housing and campus sponsorships. The governor also vetoed legislation allowing community colleges to offer bachelor degrees that duplicate a CSU degree. As you know well, we now face a $375 million budget cut and likely a series of challenges from the federal government, and the state is facing a monumental rebuilding and recovery effort after the Los Angeles wildfires. In the fall, we solicited legislative proposals from campuses and received some responses. After reviewing the proposals, it was clear that none were ready for consideration this year. Instead of having a board-sponsored bill, we will be prioritizing our full engagement on the budget and a host of other issues of consequence to the CSU this year. As you will hear in the next presentation, we do expect political and policy issues related to the new presidential administration and the new Congress to have the complete attention of our state's leaders. On issues as varied as Title IX, DEI, research funding, and undocumented students, we'll be working with the governor and the state legislature to protect our students, programs, and values. We also know that the legislature remains interested in ensuring that the CSU and our higher education partners are responsive to every corner of our state. We remain committed to the existing state law that prohibits the CSU from duplicating the UC's doctoral programs and the community colleges from our bachelor degree program. The Chancellor's Office and our universities are working creatively on dual enrollment with high schools, direct admission of high school graduates, concurrent enrollment with community colleges, ADTs, and a variety of other partnership programs. we intend to continue to elevate an understanding of that work in Sacramento. In that spirit, we also expect the legislature to consider legislation on the creation of a statewide coordinating body. Legislation has been introduced by the chair of the Assembly Higher Education Committee, and Governor Newsom has unveiled his initial proposal as part of the master plan for career education. Hearings will be scheduled on this topic soon. The legislature remains focused on responding to the state's workforce needs, and we expect a number of bills on that topic. Traditionally, for us, this means healthcare careers and teacher preparation programs. But as AI transforms our economy, this also includes ensuring that the CSU is preparing students for the workforce in this new era. Yesterday, you received an update on the system's AI efforts, and we believe the legislature will react positively to the work being done across the CSU. And finally, it was taken off discussion, but so we didn't discuss it earlier today, but we do remain steadfast in working with the governor and legislature on our facility needs. The board adopted budget request includes an ask for facility funding, and we continue to work on a proposal for sustained facility funding from the state. I do believe that many of our legislators know the importance of our facilities, and after Proposition 2 passed, they do want to support us. To that end, Assemblymember David Alvarez has introduced AB 48, a bill that would place a higher education bond on the 2026 ballot. Specifics are to be determined over the next many months, but it is a very welcome start on an important issue from a well-respected member on an issue of critical importance to each of us and the entire system and every campus. The deadline to introduce bills is February 21st. It will have a more full update for you on legislation in March. And finally, I'd like to give you a brief update and preview of our advocacy efforts. We have been implementing an advocacy plan that integrates our communications efforts with our advocacy efforts in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. By working collaboratively and proactively with our colleagues in the Chancellor's Office and all of our universities, we will be getting out our story statewide and our local communities. The plan also includes an improved use of stakeholders, of influence, and our alumni, more events in Sacramento, events on campuses, and of course the board's active involvement. I can share that Chancellor Garcia has had a number of meetings with legislators over the fall and winter, including meetings with the Latino Caucus, Speaker Rivas, and Governor's Office leaders. She also spent time earlier this month meeting with a number of new and veteran legislators in Sacramento. I want to thank Chair Clark and your fellow trustees who met with the Governor's Office and Department of Finance leaders in November regarding the state budget. And as Ryan mentioned earlier, Chancellor Garcia will be testifying on our budget request in the coming weeks before both the Assembly and Senate. We will be having the annual campus-centered CSU Advocacy Day on March 19th in Sacramento. That will once again be preceded by the alumni event put on by the Alumni Council. On April 29th, we're pleased to have Trustee Advocacy Day in Sacramento, which will give interested trustees, which I know is all of you, the chance to meet with legislators before the May revision is released 2 weeks later. As we meet with members and campuses report how their meetings are going, we're identifying legislators that may be inclined to be our champions, and we're pushing them and encouraging them publicly and privately. As Trustee Rodriguez just mentioned, presidents and their colleagues are clearly staying busy with their elected officials too, as a number of members the Chancellor met with in Sacramento last week, before she could even speak to them, brought up their local campus's possible budget cut, and they know how important this is. So as we are scheduling additional meetings and events, it's going to include letters, facilitating media engagement, and other direct action and events. We're doing this in collaboration, as I mentioned earlier, with CSSA, our Alumni Council, the Academic Senate, our labor partners, and we'll keep growing our circle with other stakeholders too. But we're going to do this in the most collaborative manner possible so our collective voices can be heard clearly in Sacramento. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, AVC Dietrich, and I'm going to be at both days, so I'll be there. I just want to thank you for your presentation, but also for the proactiveness of making sure that this is a very assertive campaign and making sure that we're all abreast, and however we can help you, you already know that we're there to support. Before we take any questions or comments from the board, the state legislative principles for 2025 and 2026 is an action item before the Committee on Governmental Relations. May I have a motion from the committee to approve?
Second.
Second, great, thank you. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, you have Trustee Gilbert Laurie.
Oh, thank you. Trustee Gilbert Lourie.
Sorry, thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. I have two questions, one on the principal and on the principals, which all look good, and I appreciate that they've served us well. I just wonder, though, even in terms of, along the theme of today, even in terms of our principles, if there shouldn't be an overriding principle along the lines of first do no harm, or first and foremost support the fundamental needs of the university, or something like that, that underpins all our other principles. And so I ask us, to even lead with, we've had a set of principles that have served us well when we are, in a sense, being, starved out by inadvertently, but by the legislature. It feels a little bit like we're missing something. And second, I just had a question in terms of strategy of the Trustees Advocacy Day is about a month after the CSU Advocacy Day. And it seemed like when we were there last year as trustees, a lot of our meetings felt like we were saying, remember, we said to you last month X. And I just wonder if there were any thinking about maybe combining the two, or making it more of one really powerful event, or just what the thinking is, because if there's a strategy to doing it in two parts. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll take the second question first. I think in a perfect world, we'd love to have everyone in every meeting together with a collective voice. One of the challenges we frankly logistically have is the size of many of our meetings. So many offices only could take 4 people at a time, and then we have our students and faculty. So I know one of our trustees has been asked to come as an alumni member. So it's by no means that trustees are not invited or can be at that. We're trying to manage, frankly, just the logistics and scheduling it. And we also want trustees to have their full voice with clarity heard together with our legislators too. So there's 2 ways of going, and Chancellor Garcia would like
I just want to add to that. Let's remember, we're chief reminder officers. So we go up first, and then the next month you guys go up first, and we always have a group going up. So never out of sight, out of mind.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chancellor. That was actually going to be my point, is that we've found when you have multiple people coming as opposed to having one mega, it has been quite effective.
I figured there was wise thinking, but I wanted to hear it articulated. Thank you.
Thank you. And your second comment about an overriding principle of do no harm, these are the principles that guide us internally. I think, frankly, we could consider that, going forward or this time. But I think it's been made very clear from the chair and the chancellor that is in our front of our mind at every consideration we make. So we're open to modifying this, but please know we absolutely are clear of that as we go forward too.
Well, I think if it's in all of our minds, we should think about what that language would be to incorporate it into our principles.
Great.
Thank you, Trustee Gilbert Lourie. No more questions or comments. There has been a motion and a second to approve the item. All those in favor, please signify by hand raising, or
is it a roll call?
Okay, by roll call.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Burr.
Yes.
Trustee Fagan. Trustee Gilbert Laurie.
I will abstain. I will abstain in line with my suggestion. Thank you.
Trustee Wahardo.
Yes.
Trustee Kimball.
Yes.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee Molina Mancio.
Yes.
Trustee Vargas.
Yes.
Trustee Melikar.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
The item is approved. Thank you so much, And thank you so much, AVC Dietrich, for your presentation. Item 4 is the federal agenda for 2025-2026. This action item will be presented by Vice Chancellor Greg Sachs and our new person in DC, Jeff Cullen, Assistant Vice Chancellor. Welcome. And I'm going to go ahead and pass it on to VC Sachs.
Thank you again, Trustee Rodriguez. So every 2 years, with the start of a new Congress, the CSU adopts a set.
He's brand new.
Oops. You guys got me? Sorry, that was strange. Okay. Every 2 years, at the start of a new Congress, the CSU develops a set of federal priorities that serve as a guide for the Office of Federal Relations for the next 2 years. As part of this process, the Chancellor makes a call to the CSU community, asking for suggestions that can be incorporated into the federal agenda. Because we have historically received just a few suggestions, we modified how we went about this process this year. We created a working group of government relations and research professionals that represented over 10 of our campuses, our universities, and the Chancellor's office to develop a new structure that would more actively solicit recommendations. As a result, we received over 41 suggestions from 11 universities that were considered and pretty much largely incorporated into this year's federal priorities. Today, we present to you the proposed 2025-2026 federal priorities, and the detailed document is in your packet. These priorities will help decision makers and CSU supporters in our nation's capital understand what matters most to the CSU. Additionally, they will help shape the Office of Federal Relations' proactive advocacy and engagement strategy. These priorities have been vetted by the Chancellor's Council and the President's in December before they're shared with you. Assistant Vice Chancellor Jeff Cullen will now outline the recommendations for the 2025 federal agenda and provide an update on the very much changing political landscape in Washington, D.C. But before I turn it to Jeff, I want to welcome him, as you just heard, to the CSU. Jeff joined us in November. In fact, his first day was the Monday before the election. So he's been a busy guy. Jeff joined us in November after serving in a similar role for the State University of New York. As Director of Federal Relations for SUNY, Jeff worked closely with Chancellor King, the SUNY's Chancellor's Office, and the 64 universities and colleges to provide leadership and guidance on their collective as well as individual federal agendas. Prior to his time at SUNY, Jeff held positions at the Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities, or APLU, Georgia Tech, and also worked at within the Committee for Armed Services within, of course, the House of Representatives. So again, welcome again, Jeff, to the CSU, and please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Sachs, and thank you, Chancellor Garcia, Chair Clark, and Trustee Rodriguez for the opportunity to speak with you today about the CSU's advocacy agenda. As Vice Chancellor Sachs mentioned, every 2 years, the CSU re-examines our system-wide federal policy priorities to best advocate on behalf of our students, faculty, and staff in our renowned institutions in Washington, D.C. After canvassing across the system for our shared vision and federal policy priorities, I am enthusiastic to share the outcome of those efforts with you today as the draft 2025-2026 system-wide federal policy priorities for your consideration. First, I want to give context on the political landscape in Washington. On January 3rd, the House and Senate convened the 119th Congress, and on January 20th, President Trump was sworn into office. These new power dynamics in Washington give the Republican Party unifying control over the levers of power. While it appears on paper that the president and congressional Republicans will be able to enact sweeping and legislative and budgetary changes, it is important to acknowledge the tight margins that they have, especially in the House, that have already shown political fractures that could stymie the president's legislative goals. For example, even before he took office, the House had a difficult time passing the most recent continuing resolution just before the holidays. Acknowledging political hurdles and constitutional processes serve as guideposts as we look toward the next 2 years with the Congress and President, who have been openly hostile towards the Department of Education and institutions of higher education. Article 1 of the Constitution empowers Congress, not the presidency, with the power of the purse in enacting laws that shape the foundation of our democratic republic. Actions such as shuttering the Department of Education cannot be solely done by executive order, but rather by an act of Congress, making it highly unlikely to pass a narrow House or the Senate filibuster. As I mentioned, our founding fathers were reticent of placing too much power in the hands of a single executive, thereby endowing Congress with the authority over federal spending, enacting laws, and providing oversight of the executive of how those laws are being faithfully executed. Republican leaders have vowed to cut federal spending with the creation of congressional committees and executive offices, focusing on identifying parts of the federal budget to cut. However, budgets are moral documents about what societies value. With the margins in the House and the Senate already very narrow, we may see that these threats of sweeping cuts will be moderated by political realities. The difficulty ahead for congressional Republicans was made clear again by another difficult vote for the Speaker of the House. Committees also have new leadership with a new chair of the House House Committee on Education and the Workforce. Over in the Senate, the Republicans selected Senator John Thune of South Dakota to lead their conference. Senator Thune is a Senate institutionalist and has stated that he will not diminish the historical underpinnings in the Senate that relate to protecting the power of the minority in the filibuster, meaning that 60-vote threshold will remain, requiring all major legislation outside of a few legislative vehicles that would need broad bipartisan support. Our university presidents and their teams continue to do a great job building and maintaining relationships with their congressional members. At the same time, the California delegation has some new faces, with Senator Schiff moving over to the Senate and 9 new members of the House, including Representative Latifah Simon, who formerly sat in this esteemed body. It is important to remember what any president can do unilaterally by executive order versus what needs congressional action. Any president can enforce laws. President Trump promised heading into office that he would take decisive action against the undocumented community, and he has done that. Since taking office, President Trump has signed 37 executive orders, with 8 focusing on immigration enforcement, 5 executive orders aimed at eliminating federal DEI programs. How the intersectionality between federal and state law enforcement plays out remains uncertain, but we can assume that there will be increased political and legal brinksmanship between the president, the legislature, and governors across the country. Additionally, the Trump administration has vowed to take decisive actions on tariffs, impoundments, and sweeping changes to the federal workforce. The current administration will also have to work through the legal process of negotiated rulemaking to make any changes to executive interpretations like Title IX. The recent Supreme Court decision, commonly referred to as Chevron deference, could have an impact on the role of the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of government. The federal judiciary potentially will hear several cases with impact to higher education involving transgendered rights, Dreamers, the First Amendment on college campuses, and other topics we might not foresee at this point. The Chancellor and the tremendous attorneys in the Office of the General Counsel do a terrific job of representing the CSU in our position on any legal matters, and the Office of Federal Relations stands ready to support and magnify their efforts with federal and non-federal stakeholders throughout Washington as needed. Regardless of the political environment in Washington, the draft system-wide federal priorities before you for 2025 and 2026 would state the values and advocate for the mission of the California State University. These goals build on and expand our advocacy around Title IV funding, including Pell Grants and other financial assistance programs for our students, such as Federal Work Study and the Supplemental Education Opportunity Grant. We will continue to advocate for robust funding for pipeline programs such as Gear Up and TRIO. As we all well know, the CSU is a catalyst for California's diverse population and federal capacity funding for minority-serving institutions, specifically Hispanic-serving institution and Asian American and Native American Pacific Islander-serving institution designated campuses, are vital for the CSU to help shorten time to completion and close lingering equity gaps. We also see the critical importance to ensuring CSU graduates are well-rounded, educated individuals with hands-on experiences in research in STEM, arts, and the humanities, and that global diversity adds to the richness of our campus communities. Student success starts with well-being both inside and outside the classroom. These draft priorities underscore the need for federal programs that enhance campus safety, health, and wellness to assist campuses with addressing sexual violence and other threats to our campus well-being. In conclusion, behind the leadership of Chancellor Garcia, Chair Clark, and this board, we will continue to be driven in our federal advocacy and guided by, as Chancellor Garcia put it, our Northern Star. We must continue to deepen CSU's engagement with non-governmental entities by seeking partnerships with similar systems across the country to advocate for areas of mutual interest. We need to advocate alongside non-traditional partners like industry and nonprofits. We must tap into third-party validators like our fantastic alumni to tell CSU's amazing story. We need to be unafraid to lean out and ask for big things and defend when we must, but be ready to seize opportunities when they come. Thank you for the invitation to speak with you today and look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, ABC Cullen. And again, we welcome you in light of the federal threats, challenges, obstacles that we're currently facing, are going to face. We welcome your expertise and your guidance. At the same time, there is, like Trustee Arambula calls it, a shoehorn of connections here with folks that are more than willing to connect with whoever we need to. Just let us know. Our chancellor opened up our board meeting saying our universities are for all students. We are open to everyone. And I just want to thank you, Chancellor, for those words. And with that, I want us to, before we take any questions or comments from the board for you, ABC Cullen, the federal agenda for 2025 and 2026 is an action item before the Committee on Governmental Relations. I do need a motion from a committee member to approve this item. I need a second.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? So we need a roll call.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Yes.
Trustee Brar. Trustee Fagan.
Yes.
Trustee Gilbert Lurie.
Yes.
Trustee Waharda. Yes. Trustee Kimball.
Yes.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee Molina Mancia.
Yes.
Trustee Nejabat. Trustee Vargas.
Yes.
Trustee Melikar.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you so much. The item is approved. Thank you again for the presentation. And Chair Clark, this concludes, oh no, discussion. Anyone? Anyone? Yes, go ahead. Questions.
Welcome to this work. I'm just curious, how would you characterize the CSU's, what's the word I'm looking for? How would you characterize the CSU's presence, resonance in DC?
I think we've heard it a number of times that we have a great chancellor, and I would like to add my voice to that. Her leadership in ASCU, her voice in the larger conversation in Washington is unrivaled, and I look forward to being able to tap into that when she is available in Washington. I would say that moving forward, we are absolutely the largest and most consequential system in the country. And I think we have heard a number of times from this board that we need to make sure that we are leveraging every single aspect of our CSU community. That's with the Senate, that's with our students, that's with our alumni. But I would also say that part of what I would like for us to do more of is making sure that we're not necessarily focusing on Capitol Hill in Washington, but all politics are local. Having that conversation with members in their districts, going to campuses, making sure that they see the students firsthand and see the great work that we are already doing will resonate all the way across the country. And once you do great work, you are kind of asked to be on other committees that that whether they're federal or with our higher education associations, that people want to see the way that good work can be duplicated. And I think that's going to be the strength of the CSU system, that we are this exemplar across the country that should be viewed as a way to close those equity gaps, increase our number of educated students across this country.
I asked the question because as somebody who used to work and live in DC, I think of it as a real echo chamber, right? It's like an insular crowd. And from my objective point of view, I don't think we have much of a presence in terms of, I absolutely agree that we have an exemplar chancellor. And I think making sure that whenever higher education is talked about, in the media in DC, that Chancellor Garcia is there to take opportunity of what that is, and not all these exclusive private universities that don't have the data and don't have the student body that we have. Yeah. So I just wanted to highlight that, because I really look forward to working with you on that, and making sure that we have that we're given the respect and the space that we deserve.
Well, if I could actually build just a little bit, also our campus presidents are exemplars too. I was able to join when San Jose State got their award from the Department of Education, and able to see all of these other campuses that it was a CSU right at the out front. And we also had SDSU just get an award from our associations, kind of, again, showing this national leadership. And I look forward to working with all of them, as well as the chancellor, to continue to advocate on behalf of our campuses.
Yami, could I jump in? I also want to say that the presidents do a good job. When I was president of ASCU, first of all, I would say thank you for coming, Jeff. I know things are really going to change. I know that Chancellor King is a little angry at me these days. That's okay for stealing you away. But I will say that our presidents are absolutely wonderful. And while I was president of ASCU, I remember bringing some of our presidents to meet with the Chronicle. And so one of the things I've been telling the presidents is, when you go into Washington, D.C., go to Inside Higher Ed, go to the Chronicle with a story. Sometimes they'll pick it up and sometimes they won't. But it's important that they hear, we hear powerful stories here all the time, that they can write about in the press. And so I think Dr. Teniente Matson was in that room that day, and it was really interesting. And they were interested in listening to our stories, but you got to bring in something with you. And so we're going to continue to do that. And I think Jeff has so many connections. I also checked them out with my ASCU colleagues, and we are so happy you are here.
Thank you, Chancellor. Trustee Fagan.
So if there's ever a time we need a Washington operation, this is probably it. But following up on Jose's little bit of skepticism from the past, I had actually had conversations with your predecessors on a couple times, and had asked them, what do they do? Why are we spending all this money? And by the way, I would like to ask what the budget is for the whole operation. But I was quite frankly disappointed in the past about the responses I got. I never was clear that this was a beneficial operation. And in this era of concerns about money and kind of looking at zero-based budgeting, I guess, I wondered, could you just give us the 1 minute or 2 minute explanation for why we need to be there, and what are the specific good things that are going to come out that will keep us there? I acknowledge everybody assumes we should have a Washington operation for the largest educational institution in America, but I'd just like to hear some specific reasons why we're there.
Jeff, if you don't mind, I'll go first, and then you can feel free to add whatever you'd like. I appreciate the question. As an institution like we are, the size that we have, the influence that we have, what's so wonderful about Jeff and the conversations we've had about the office itself is how we can organize it in a way that really is not only, of course, focusing on the governmental stuff, which is hugely important now more than ever, but how we build a set of advocates and how we're able to tap into the associations, tap into the media that exists and is really in DC more than any other place. And also thinking about the nonprofit space. In fact, it's not a nonprofit, but the chancellor is going to be visiting with a group of noteworthy business leaders when she's back there later in the month of February. Being able to have a presence and organizing the office in a way so that we're not only hitting, of course, the agencies to make sure our presidents have all the opportunities they need to be able to get all the funds that we need and protect, quite frankly, the dollars that we've received, but being able to go beyond that and be able to build a system of influence and an ecosystem of influence, I think that's really going to be very special. And when I was hired, one of the things I heard crystal clear is that our influence is national, and we need to make sure we're doing that. And we need to make sure that DC in particular is being paid attention to. So again, I'm thrilled that Jeff's in that role. I'm thrilled with the idea of what he's talked about as far as how we're going to build out that organization, not only taking care of agencies in the governmental side, but being able to build out the set of advocates who can really tell our story. And that's what we need, is third-party advocates. So anyway, I don't know if you have anything to add.
I think the only thing that I'll add is that I kind of view the Office of Federal Relations as an association for 23 campuses. And we take what's happening in Washington, we take all the great information that comes from ASCU, APLU, you name it, and say, how does this affect the CSU? And then I work with my partners that are on campuses to say, here's how this is going to impact the CSU. Here's the messaging that we can best take to our members. I often think that they are going to sometimes be the best mouthpiece. It doesn't always have to come from the Office of Federal Relations, but it's arming those campuses, arming those advocates with that information, because they're all wearing many different hats. They have community, tribal, state and federal advocacy. So being able to distill very complex information in a way that is actionable and saying, here's how you can have that conversation, I think provides a lot of value to our campuses and moves that needle ahead. So we are not only physically located in Washington and making that 3,000 miles a lot shorter, but really we are not only going to the Capitol to talk about how these reconciliation is going to be detrimental to our campuses, but explaining what that is. What are they talking about? How is this going to impact our campuses and our student outcomes? So it's a little bit of everything, that we make sure that we know what's going to happen, that we articulate it back, but it's coordinating across different parts of whether it's the CO, whether it's the campuses, whether it's our University of California partners, to make sure that we are on the same page. So it's a lot of different things, and especially as we look at a new administration that's looking to flood the zone with many different policies and priorities that are a little different than what we want. It's crucial to have that kind of central point that we can communicate and advocate as a large community collective.
Chair Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the pragmatism of my colleagues. I just wanted to say I find your background just outstanding. We really are happy to have you here, and once again, I wish you Godspeed. You help us as much as you possibly can. Do your very best, but we're really glad you're here.
Thank you, Chair. And with that, that concludes the business of the Governmental Relations Committee.
Oh, thank God. Not with regard to you.
Wait a second.
With regard to our timing, I'm sorry, that was a little ambiguous. I apologize for that. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to finish our business for today. So it is 2:30. We'll start again at 2:40.
Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California...
Trustee Fong, will you please convene the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel?
Thank you very much, Chair Clark. Will the meeting of the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Is there any objection to approving the consent agenda, which consists of the minutes from the last meeting? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. Today, the committee has one item on the discussion agenda. Item 2 is an information item providing an update on civil rights programs and services. The item will be presented by Interim Vice Chancellor Al Liddicoat, AVC Haley Schwarzkopf, and Cal Poly Pomona President Dr. Soraya Coley. Before the presentation, I would like to take a moment to thank AVC Haley Schwarzkopf for her incredible service as AVC for Civil Rights Programming and Services. Because of your leadership, Haley, we have made significant progress across the system and the Chancellor's office. And all of us wish you the very best in your next position, which you have described as your dream job. But we will miss you, but we wish you all the best. So with that, Interim Vice Chancellor Liddicoat, will you please begin your report?
Thank you, Trustee Fong. In today's report, AVC Schwarzkopf and President Coley will provide the board with an update on the civil rights program reviews that were conducted in the fall of 2024. Then we will highlight our progress on the California state audit recommendations that were required to be completed by January 2025. Lastly, we will provide an update on the results of the annual report survey, which compiled data on the number of reports, complaints, investigations, and outcomes from across the CSU system. AVC Schwarzkopf, I invite you to begin our presentation.
Thank you, Interim Vice Chancellor Liddicoat, and good afternoon to the members of the Board of Trustees. We are pleased to start the report today by highlighting the work our university partners do in supporting students and employees impacted by discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. Before we begin, I would like to center the presentation on our why. Several months ago, I shared with the board a vision, mission, and values for civil rights programming and services across the CSU system. Part of our vision is to foster and sustain a welcoming and nurturing campus environment where all community members are safe, supported, and empowered. We accomplish that through our mission of ensuring that our processes are not only fair, effective, and thorough, but also they honor the humanity of all of those involved. Civil rights program reviews are one of the ways by which we measure our success in achieving this vision, mission, and values. The first round of civil rights program reviews were conducted at 5 university campuses, including Chico State, Cal Maritime, CSU Bakersfield, Cal Poly Pomona, and Cal State Long Beach. At prior meetings, the board has requested information about how the work of our civil rights teams are being operationalized on our university campuses and transforming the culture for our students and employees. We have invited President Coley from Cal Poly Pomona to share the campus experience with the program review and highlight outcomes from the review for the university.
Thank you, Haley. Cal Poly Pomona was pleased to be among the first 5 campuses to participate in the Civil Rights Program review process. We have dedicated significant time, collaboration, and resources to strengthening our Title IX and DHR programs and services, and the review process gave us an opportunity to assess our progress. And following the completion of a self-assessment survey, a review of sample case files, resource documents, training materials, website and implementation plan, as well as campus site visit, we were gratified to have received strong feedback from the Senior System-Wide Director for Civil Rights for our region. Across each of the 6 identified review categories, Cal Poly Pomona's Civil Rights Office received the top 2 rankings in 26 of the 30 categories, and in the 4 remaining categories, there were identified areas for continued growth. At Cal Poly Pomona, our Office of Civil Rights is led by an experienced Associate Vice President, Donita Franklin, who serves as the Title IX Coordinator and DHR Administrator and reports directly to me as President. We meet monthly to review cases and to discuss matters of culture and climate on campus. Further, Associate Vice President Franklin meets bi-weekly with my Chief of Staff, Nicole Hawks, who also serves as Vice President of People, Culture, and Institutional Affairs. And she oversees the operational needs and both serves as engaged co-chairs of our campus implementation team. This strong executive level engagement with and attention to Cal Poly Pomona's Title IX and DHR programming is an important best practice that has a positive impact on campus culture. And with a strong understanding of the operational needs, our executive leadership can better assess and respond to resource and staffing needs to assure that the office functions effectively in serving the community. And we have made significant investments in staffing, including a full-time prevention and education specialist, an administrative support coordinator, and dedicated intake coordinator case manager. Furthermore, we have just completed a search and recruited for a full-time conflict resolution ombudsperson to augment support to the community in responding to matters that do not rise to the level of a violation of the system-wide non-discrimination policy, but nonetheless impacts campus culture and campus climate. We were pleased that the review recognized the clear synergy between the Office of Civil Rights and campus partners and stakeholders such as Student Affairs, University Police Department, Faculty Affairs, Human Resources, who each hold separate standing meetings to discuss and address cases that involve various campus populations and to identify gaps in services and ensure effective communication. We valued the recommendations for further strengthening partnership and collaboration with Faculty Affairs as well as University Police. And building on our strong internal partnerships with Student Affairs and the addition of a full-time prevention and education coordinator, we have already enhanced programming and visibility and awareness for the Office of Civil Rights. For example, in 2023, Cal Poly Pomona's Civil Rights Office conducted 38 Title IX DHR trainings and events on campus. As a result of our investments in 2024, we increased our programmatic Title IX DHR offerings on the campus to 67. There's a 76% increase in 1 year, allowing us to scale our efforts in reaching more campus populations with more meaningful engagement in prevention, education, and training. Finally, we were recognized for our efforts to lower barriers and increase ease of reporting incidents of discrimination, harassment, and retaliation, and for providing students and employees with information in its training materials on how to report with clarity about confidential and non-confidential resources. And while Cal Poly Pomona has made important strides, there are several areas where we will continue to dedicate improvement of efforts, and the program review helped us to define these areas of focus. Continuing to strengthen and expand mandatory training and associated documentation, especially for certain employee groups and student groups, to make training feel less like an obligation and more of an opportunity to foster a culture of care and respect. Enhancing visibility and awareness of the Support Advisors Program to help parties navigate the investigative process and provide referrals to support services. The Support Advisors Program primarily supports students, and we were encouraged to expand it to include administrators who can also support staff and faculty. Further, the program appears to be underutilized, and it could be better shared as an option for support. Finally, while Cal Poly Pomona's Office of Civil Rights was commended for their responsiveness to reported concerns, review participants expressed the Title IX process and investigations take a long time. The office is committed to due process and is actively working to streamline internal processes. Overall, the Civil Rights Program review was a valuable and a meaningful exercise that resulted in affirmation of effective practices and specific strategies and recommendations for enhancing civil rights programs and strengthening a culture of care for our students and our employees.
Thank you for sharing your insights and experience, President Coley. These practices help ensure that we center our students and employees first. To foster transparency and accountability, information from the 5 campus program reviews is being aggregated into a system-wide report that will be publicly posted on the Chancellor's Office website. We expect the report to be publicly available in early February. The system-wide report outlines both areas of continued growth and best practices adopted by university campuses. By sharing these best practices throughout the system, the CSU will further its goal of being a national leader in civil rights programming and services. I would like to transition to an update on the progress towards our necessary implementation of the California State Auditor's recommendations. A substantive summary was provided in your written materials. I will just briefly mention that all 3 recommendations with a completion date of January 2025 will be timely implemented by the CSU this month. I am proud to report that we expect 15 of the 16 recommendations from the audit report to be complete. We will be submitting a status report to the California State Auditor in February 2025, outlining our progress, and will provide a further update to the board in March. And finally, I am pleased to close today's presentation with something that has been of great interest to us all: data. The annual report survey collects standardized data from across all university campuses and the Chancellor's Office. The information in the survey helps us to understand what is happening on our campuses in civil rights cases. On your screen is a representation of some of the data that was reported in the annual report survey. System-wide, the CSU received 4,530 reports of conduct that could fall under the non-discrimination policy, which includes both Title IX and DHR conduct. Of those reports, 725 resulted in a formal complaint, and 433 moved forward to an investigation process. Other complaints may have been withdrawn, resolved through an early resolution process such as mediation, or they were referred to another office for further review and assessment. Not every report received is about conduct under the non-discrimination policy. The CSU also received 2,428 reports of conduct that were referred to other campus partners for review and further action. A large number of reports is not a bad thing. Robust reporting at the university level can often signal that the campus community feels comfortable reporting and trusts our processes. This data also helps us to assess broader patterns and trends. For example, During 2023-2024, almost a third of all reports involving protected status were based on race or ethnicity. This number aligns with many critical issues we saw emerge on our university campuses last year, including those involving protests and encampments. Similarly, the largest number of reports involving sexual conduct were related to hostile environment sexual harassment. Although we cannot do a direct comparison to data from years past, this data is consistent with trends seen over time. The annual report survey also helps us to understand the individuals who've been most impacted on our campuses. In terms of the demographics of individuals filing complaints, 76% of all complainants are students, while 15% of all complainants are employees. The remaining percentage of complainants include third parties, such as volunteers, independent contractors, or those who wish to make an anonymous report. We can also assess data in terms of specific populations. There were 5 primary areas that we collected data on: fraternities and sororities, student clubs and organizations, athletics, conduct within a specific program or department, and on-campus housing. The largest number of reports received by civil rights offices in these categories come from on-campus housing, followed by conduct within specific programs or departments. It's also critically important that we are transparent about what is happening on our university campuses. This will help us foster trust in our processes, and it's the right thing to do. To support these efforts, the Office for Civil Rights at the Chancellor's Office has created data dashboards of the information reported to it from our university campuses. These dashboards are now publicly available on the Chancellor's Office website, and our university partners can link directly to them to share information with their own campus communities. The dashboards are a user-friendly and engaging way to visualize data about our civil rights cases. They are also a starting point for us to dig in and ask questions about what the data is telling us. This data helps to inform the Chancellor's Office decisions related to additional guidance needed for civil rights practitioners, identifying and tracking emerging patterns and trends, and highlighting opportunities for additional prevention education and training. For example, because on-campus housing receives the largest number of reports, this information will help the Chancellor's Office focus in this area for our system-wide prevention education and training efforts. Finally, the annual report survey provides our campus partners with information they need to assess the effectiveness of their civil rights programs and services. As we are working to shift the culture across the CSU system, it is essential that we engage in continuous reflection and action. The information in the data dashboards from the annual report survey is a key tool in this effort. By systematically collecting and reviewing this data, we gain valuable insights into the experiences of those within our campus communities. While each case is unique, examining past incidents and outcomes, we can refine our processes, enhance our training, and make sure that we are responding swiftly and appropriately. Reviewing data is not just about responding to past events. It is about building a stronger, more inclusive campus for the future. It enables us to understand, to improve, and to lead with both empathy and intention to best support our students and employees. Thank you.
Thank you, AVC Schwarzkopf and President Coley, for this comprehensive report detailing the significant progress made implementing civil rights program reviews, annual data reporting, and the best practices that have been identified from the good work of our campus civil rights teams. I would like to take a moment to reflect on and acknowledge the tremendous CSU civil rights accomplishments under Haley's leadership over the last year. Designing and building the system-wide civil rights programs and services department, developing action plans and responding to the state auditor's recommendations, revising and implementing the CSU non-discrimination policy, implementing standardized Title IX and DHR annual dashboard, data reporting and the dashboards to view the data, and creating the university's civil rights program review process. This work establishes a foundation that will allow us to assess our work, identify and disseminate best practices across the CSU, and transform the CSU's civil rights programs into a systemness model. We are so happy and grateful for your many contributions. Hey, Trustee Fong, this concludes our civil rights report, and we'll be pleased to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your report. Item 2 is an information item. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Furstenberg.
Thank you. Haley, I thought this was the dream job, except for geography, I understand. But this seems to be a remarkable moment that we should note, I think. This is great progress, and this data is unbelievably interesting and allows us now to compare going forward to know where we're doing better or where we need to do better, if I'm interpreting that correctly. Are there any other, how else should we read this to understand where we really are? And in addition to that, I'd like to hear from our task force members in terms of how you feel we're making progress there also. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I would like to begin to thank you all for your kind words. I will also say there's a tremendous team at the CSU, and none of this work was done just by me. We have a tremendous team here at the Chancellor's office and all throughout the system, and we've all been working together on this, so it really is a team effort. That said, with respect to the data, it is baseline information. We know that in the past we were not tracking this consistently using common definitions, and so we're not able to do a true, report year over year. It is really our baseline. We also have some limitations in the data. As we are working on implementing our case management system, we will be able to sort of dig in a little bit further to disaggregate the data more and understand where there might be disproportionate impacts. However, that said, each of our university campuses, they've been working over the last several months to really understand their data and what is important for their campus communities. So they analyze it first at the campus level. And then similarly, we analyze it at the Chancellor's office level to see where is it that we can provide additional support and resources. For us, one of our major areas of focus is going to be for on-campus housing. I also think if we are still seeing a high number of reports for race and ethnicity, for example, that will be another area we can dig into. We did notice that there is some trend of a higher number of disability discrimination complaints, so that might be another area that we look at for training and support. So really it's about looking at what the data is telling us and asking questions to see what do we need to do in order to be the most impactful going forward.
Thank you. Trustee Campbell.
So thank you so much, Haley. It's been a pleasure working with you. I am on the Civil Rights Oversight Committee, so I think I spend about 2 hours a month with Haley and the others on that group. And I know that you've worked tremendously hard and at some great personal sacrifice. We discussed a little bit about you're in San Diego with 3 children, so I really applaud you and how you've really committed to this project. And I think when you look at it's 15 out of the 16 recommendations, the California state audit that we've completed, and I think the final one is in the works and it is due to be finished this year or next year.
The last recommendation is with respect to the unified case management system. and that is July 2026 is
Right,
the target.
that's out for a bid, I guess, for the system, I think.
We just
June.
signed the contract last week.
Yay. So that's pretty remarkable. I think it shows like what happened at Sloan Maritime when we have a fire, there's a fire to our feet, we can move fast and really get things done. So thank you, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Trustee Kimbell, for serving on the Oversight Committee. Really appreciate it. And your other trustee that serves on the Oversight Committee is Trustee Gilbert Lurie. You have a question, Leslie?
I mostly have a thank you to AVC Schwarzkopf for doing so much to have allowed us to make so much progress so quickly. It has really been so comforting and inspiring to see how much has been done under your leadership. And maybe I didn't get the memo with Trustee Kimbell and AVC Schwarzkopf leaving at the same time, but we will forge on. And again, want to be sure that, you know, with all of our budget cuts, that you know, we haven't fit all the pieces together yet, and we look so good because we've made such great progress, which involves staff on all of our campuses and a coordinating chancellor's staff. And again, that's going to be very hard to protect all of that with budget cuts. So this does not happen magically. I just have to repeat. But thank you very much, and wishing you the best, AVC Schwarzkopf and Trustee Kimbell.
Thank you for that, Leslie. Chancellor Garcia.
Well, first of all, I want to thank President Coley for giving that wonderful presentation and giving a flavor of what each of our campus presidents are going through. It was great. You could hear the positive response, so thank you. I also want to thank Haley Schwarzkopf. We became a good team in going before the Sacramento hearing, and she knew these words I didn't understand, and she was the only one in the room that could say, oh, I know what that is, jumped in. You showed how really competent and engaged and passionate about this work, and you have shown that here at the Chancellor's office. We will miss you, but we will always remember how you moved us so very, very quickly to get to where we are today. We wish you the best. I'm angry where you're going. I'm just like Chancellor King, tell them I don't want to speak to them, but I wish you the best because I understand why. So thank you so much.
Chancellor Garcia, you're absolutely right. That was a turning point for us, the CSU and the legislature, with that hearing that you and AVC Haley Schwarzkopf appeared in, a turning point for us. So thank you so much. I did want to thank President Coley for your presentation, and I have a question. So your office structure was interesting for me, hearing your breakdown, and also how you added an ombudsman. So I was wondering, was that part of the Cozen O'Connor recommendation, or was it something that you determined, you and your team determined, or was it input from the Chancellor's office?
Well, let me just say that I'm very fortunate in terms of our AVP, Donita Franklin, and it was clear that when anyone on the campus had an issue, that they would just come. That was the office to go to. And what we came to understand is that we really needed to dissect what is the nature of those cases. And that became kind of the clearing house, if you will, but there had to be other areas that we could refer individuals to when it didn't meet that particular threshold. And so Donita Franklin was very instrumental because, again, as it reported to me, and those were the kinds of issues that we would talk about as to how should we structure things, but more importantly, how do we bring together a more integrated model? Because you had student conduct office over in student affairs. You had faculty affairs around grievances. And so what we did was to bring all of those that had some responsibility for dealing with behavior issues, bring them together, and they meet at least monthly, sometimes twice a month, and that helped us then to understand where the gaps are. Where do we need to fill in for this? But it also helped us with the training model that we developed, because we were now understanding that there was a continuum from egregious behavior to, someone that might say, well, you looked at me the wrong way. And we needed to make sure that people felt like they were attended to, but did not rise to the occasion of a Title IX issue. And one of the things that helped us to really begin to address that is that, I guess maybe 2 years or 2.5 years ago, we developed something called Principles of Community. And it helped to also, and we orient students day one as they're coming in, as well as the orientation and training for other personnel. But the Principles of Community is something that we put out as students were coming in, but we also wanted them to know what the resources were if they had issues, if they had questions, if they had concerns. So it kind of expanded more than your question may have asked for, but I wanted to give you further understanding of the kind of integrated structure that we try to provide on the campus.
Thank you for that. So AVC Schwarzkopf, is that just an example of how the flexibility each of the universities had in building their plans that were presented to you?
Yes, so there were recommendations that were made by the COSIN assessment, and the campus really had the opportunity through their implementation teams to look at those recommendations and to see where they needed to focus the resources the most based on their current structure. For some of our campuses, they also had existing positions who were doing some of the work, and sometimes there were decisions that needed to be made about, for example, we have someone who's doing this part-time, and really they should be doing it full-time. And so some of those decisions are still happening today because of the budget cuts and planning and things like that. And so we may need to continue to be creative in how we can continue to support this work as we are being asked to expand our resources in this area.
Thank you. Also, President Coley, Interim Chancellor.
Just one thing to add, this is an alignment, an example of the partner network on the campuses that really need to be built out more broadly. And that's the work ahead of us. And we're looking at ways to engage the campuses and discuss these structures to both formalize them and enhance some of the areas that may not exist on all campuses.
Trustee Kimball.
So I also wanted to mention one of the things that I've really felt has been important with our oversight committee, and Haley, when we're there, I'm so grateful to Deputy VC Dilcy Perez, because I asked her if we could hear from practitioners and people working in the Title IX offices. Because my concern was, when I was appointed, was we would hear from people here at the Chancellor's office and say, oh, we wrote this, right? These are the guidelines and everything's good now. And because when I was, before last year, traveling and asking to speak with the Title IX people, they had a lot of concerns. There's been, I want to say, a not complete, but very substantial improvement in what I'm hearing from them, the people that we've had come to the meetings. They have been so appreciative of the clarity now around reporting and the procedures, but also the support that they get from your office. We do have some people with concerns. We had somebody at the last meeting about, the victim's advocate. So that's been very helpful, and I can see that it's actually working. It's helping the people on the front line in those Title IX offices. So thank you. I wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Trustee Kimball. Trustee Arambula.
I want to echo the thanks for so much of the work that's happened to date. I don't know how many board meetings it was ago, and I'm looking at Doug because I think we asked the same question. How will we know that the students we serve are okay? And after today, I just feel so much more confidence that we are getting closer and closer each day to saying, yes, we are demonstrably moving in that direction, and we can be clear in this. Seeing the data, which was hugely helpful, so thank you for bringing that together. I don't know that this is a question as much as just a thing I think, Jack, we need to continue to think about is when do we look at data as a whole, and when do we look at it as 23, soon to be 22 universities? Because the data overall might look like we're moving in the right direction, but that might mask that there are one or two spots where we really need to turn our attention. And so I don't think I'm asking that as a question as much as just pondering out loud. We should think about that while avoiding this board getting too far down into the weeds. And then my last thought, and then I promise I'm done, Wenda. President Coley, hearing you describe the work that's happening is inspiring, and just one example, I'm sure, of 23 of Herculean efforts to try and make sure that we're doing what's right. Haley, you described this as we're going to get creative, and I know that each one of you is getting creative, and I want to once again tell our folks up in Sacramento, our wonderful friends, that choices have consequences, and that when we lose staff members, it means fewer staff members are trying to take on more things, and inevitably things fall. And creative often means, well, let's find someone who this isn't actually their full-time job, and we're actually just adding a new thing on top of the old thing. And by the way, you don't get to not do the old thing. That's also of critical importance. And so these choices have consequences. And yet again, I'm faced with, this is an unfunded but of critical importance mandate that our presidents are finding ways to do. And we just need to ensure that we have the funding to do it.
Thank you, Trustee Arambula. Chair Clark.
Thank you, Committee Chair Fong. So I completely agree with the Vice Chair. I heard what you said too. The term "we're getting creative" sent a bit of a chill down my spine. Be that as it may, this institution will go forward with its firm commitment to Title IX. And I just wanted to say this on behalf of the entire board: thank you. You have done an outstanding job. We're better because you were here. We wish you were not going. Can I talk you out of it right now? All right, well, we won't do that. But if I could, I would. You said that the work was done by a great team. Every person on this board knows a great team needs a great leader. And you have been a great leader. So we wish you well in your new endeavor. We wish you were staying, but please give her a round of applause for what she's done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Again, thank you so much, AVC Schwarzkopf, for your remarkable work, the accomplishments that you have been able to do in 1 year. So with that, I see no other further comments or questions. Chair Clark, that concludes the business of university faculty and personnel.
Thank you, Trustee Fong. And we're coming near the end of our day. We're going to take one last break to address a couple of informal agenda items, and then we'll finish with our plenary session, and then we'll go home. 10 minutes.
Standing individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU Trustee Emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU Trustee Emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU Trustee Emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public four-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University is the largest public 4-year university in the nation. We provide a quality education at an incredible value to more than 460,000 students. Our students can select from over 4,000 degree programs, allowing them to pursue their passions or explore fields they'd never even considered. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. CSU graduates, many of whom earn their degrees without taking on any student debt, increase their earning power and happiness. The 23 CSUs are known as engines for social mobility. U.S. News & World Report and the Wall Street Journal named a number of our universities in their 2025 college rankings of top performers on social mobility. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to student success are the CSU's world-class faculty and staff. Every year, the Wong Family Excellence Award recognizes 5 outstanding individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from
Thank you for your patience. At this time, will the meeting of the Board of Trustees of the California State University please come to order? Ms. Corral, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Adamson.
This time I mean it. Truly here.
Vice Chair Rambula.
Here.
Trustee Brar. Chair Clark.
Present.
Trustee Fagan.
Here.
Trustee Furstenberg. Here. Trustee Fong.
Here.
Chancellor Garcia. Here. Trustee Ghilarducci. Trustee Gilbert Lori.
There.
Trustee Wahardo. Here. Trustee Kimball. Here. Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis.
Present.
Trustee Lopez. Here. Trustee McGrory.
Here.
Trustee Molina Mancio.
Here.
Trustee Nejabat. Governor Newsom. Trustee Ortiz-Morfett.
Here.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Here.
Speaker Rivas. Trustee Steinhauser.
Here.
Superintendent Thurmond. Trustee Vargas.
Here.
Trustee Yi Melikar.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. It is now time for the board to consider today's consent agenda. All items requiring full board approval are listed on the consent agenda. Does any trustee wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? Hearing none, and I would note, in talking with one of the trustees, we'll be returning to our federal objectives that we stated at a future board meeting for discussion. In light of that, may I please have a motion to approve the items listed on the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, Ms. Corral, would you please give a roll call vote?
Yes. Trustee Adamson.
Yes.
Vice Chair Rambula.
Yes.
Trustee Brar. Chair Clark.
Yes.
Trustee Fagan.
Yes.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Yes.
Trustee Fong.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Yes.
Trustee Gilbert Lori.
Yes.
Trustee Wahardo.
Yes.
Trustee Kimball.
Yes.
Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis.
Aye.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee McGrory.
Yes.
Trustee Molina Mancio. Trustee Nejabat. Governor Newsom. Trustee Ortiz-Morfett.
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Speaker Rivas. Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Superintendent Thurmond. Trustee Vargas.
Yes.
Trustee Melikar.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. We're almost done. I want to express my gratitude to my colleagues for the hard work these past 3 days, and to all those watching for your diligence in this process along with all of us. I want to thank everyone across our system, and I believe that we will overcome this process or this time despite the headwinds we face. The board will reconvene for the Board of Trustees Spring 2025 retreat on February 24th and 25th, 2025. Notice of this meeting will go out in order in due course 10 days in advance of the meeting. This now concludes the business of the January 2025 meeting of the Board of Trustees. Thank you. We are now adjourned.
Standing individuals. The awards are given out to 4 faculty members and 1 staff member selected from nominees submitted by each university. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. These individuals are applauded for advancing the CSU mission through excellence in teaching, scholarship, and service. Each honoree receives $20,000 from the awards established in 1998 by CSU trustee emeritus Stanley T. Wong. Congratulations to all.